Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. To those who are joining us online, good morning. We are expecting more people to arrive, especially the ones online. Welcome, everybody, to our official One Health Festival side event as part of the One Health Summit for 2026. My name is Jeffrey Acaba. I will be facilitating today's meeting and also facilitating some of the workshop in the afternoon. Again, welcome to our event. This event is being co-organized by APCASO together with CIRAD, PREZODE, and we have so many stakeholders and partners who are joining us both in person here in Bangkok and Thailand and in the room. Again, this is an official side event of the One Health Festival, in line with the One Health Summit, which is taking place this year, this April, in Lyon, in France. No, the government of France, as long as many stakeholders are leading this One Health Summit as part of their presidency of GC7, but at the same time, learning from all the responses and issues that we've experienced for the past 6 years, it's high time that we have a special focus on One Health as part of improving our health responses, especially for Asia and the Pacific. We are very glad that One Health Festival was able to allow us to host and organize this side event here in Bangkok. So even if we're not in France, joining the rest of our partners there, we are hosting it here in our region. We have two specific objectives for this whole day meeting, and I hope those who are both in person and online would be able to stay through the entire day. We have a very exciting number of sessions that we've prepared for you. We have two main objectives for this meeting. The first one is to really explore and understand the different One Health and One Health related interventions that are being supported and led by civil society and communities. In the One Health response, and some of us may already know, there is a multi-stakeholder platform and mechanism that has been set in place. But a very important stakeholder that should be participating in leading the One Health response are civil societies and communities. For this specific side event, we'll try to explore and understand what are these different One Health interventions that are being led by civil society. And moving forward, how do we then integrate these One Health interventions as part of the One Health response at the country level? The second aspect and the second part of our session for today is looking more specifically into the ongoing Global Fund Grant Cycle 8 funding request process. We all know what has happened since January 2025 with the impact of not only the US, but corollarily and subsequently some of the external donor contributions have declined since 2025, and this has really impacted a number of multi-stakeholder and multi-sectoral funding mechanisms, including the Global Fund. At the same time, given our experience from COVID-19, we saw the need to integrate not only HIV, TB, malaria as part of the national health processes, but also include pandemic, health emergencies, and One Health. So this particular space that we will be hosting today, that we are organizing, will also look at how we can integrate One Health responses, learning from the first part of this session, into the ongoing Global Fund Grant Cycle 8 funding request process. So we will have a number of speakers throughout the day who will both highlight civil society and community-led One Health responses and looking into how to integrate these responses into the upcoming and ongoing Global Fund processes. Yeah. Without further ado, I think I just summarized what will happen this day. But let's start with a number of opening remarks. We have invited some colleagues with us who will open this session today. And let me first call on from the Embassy of France, the Global Health Advisor, Benjamin Betchas, to open our session today. Benjamin, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Jeff. Excellent introduction. I'm excited by everything that you described. I'm very happy to be opening this event. of course, want to thank the organizers, APCASO colleagues, CIRAD and CASETSA for hosting us. I'll be very short. I just want to say maybe a few words on the festival, on the One Health Festival. That, as you said, it's a series of events that have been organized in many countries, including in many countries in the region, to prepare and to gain momentum on the One Health Summit that will be held in Lyon on the 6th and 7th of April. And the One Health Summit is really part of a series of events, the One Planet Summit that President Macron has been organizing for the past years. And those One Planet Summits have been really aiming to, drive commitment and political attention on the impact of climate change. And the PREZODE initiative, which was launched a couple of years ago, was part of this series of events. And the One Health Summit that will be held in now 10 days, maybe, is not, is really the first event that we're organizing. And I think it's the first leaders event on the One Health topic that we've seen on the global stage. And while, One Health is not a new concept, and many of you have been working on One Health for many, many years, I think it's really shows the increasingly important framework that One Health has been as a political decision-making tool for leaders. So that's, I think, the main takeaway from this summit. The summit is not, a classic UN summit with 193 countries around the table. It's really a gathering of states, but also civil society, private sector, academia, that are willing to take new commitments on the One Health issue. And that's what we call a summit of action. So it's not a summit of any declaration, it's a summit of action. And that's something that's very important for the president. The topic that will be discussed during the 2 days are topics that are, of course, very important in the One Health agenda. We're talking about AMR, we're talking about zoonotic diseases, we're talking about health data, but also plastic pollution, sustainable food system. So it's a large spectrum of issues that are under the One Health umbrella. I mentioned the academia and researchers. I think something that I wanted to tell today is what's very important in the approach that we're taking for this summit is the importance of science. What we're seeing on the global stage at the moment is sometimes science is under attack. I'm not pointing fingers, but people are discussing, whether science should be the basis of political decision making. I think one of the key messages from the summit is we need sound science, we need good science to make decisions, and that will be something that will be featured very high at the summit. You'll see that Southeast Asia is features very high in the summit. Of course, it's not only because the region is a hotspot for biodiversity, but also at risk for zoonotic diseases. I think it's the main reason why Southeast Asia will be featured so high at the summit is because, government, civil society, and academia in Southeast Asia have been, paving the way in many ways on the One Health issues for all the regions in the world. And we wanted to, of course, put a light on all the work that has been done in the region on One Health, including at the regional level with the ASEAN and the One Health framework and plan of action. Of course, the French government has been, building strong partnerships in the region on One Health in the past years. We've been supporting, programs, scientific cooperation, including with universities like CASETSA and Mahidol in Thailand, but also, different programs to improve surveillance, increase lab capacities, and tackle specific zoonotic disease or vector-borne diseases. We have a number of programs on dengue and rabies in the Mekong countries, and so on. And the PREACT project under the PREZODE initiative, ASAMCO here in Thailand, is, of course, one of our main flagship programs. And, of course, recognizing here the Dr. Pakinjoy, who is the co-chair of this program. And the work of our colleagues from CIRAD, IRD, and CNRS, the French organizations that are working with their Thai and Vietnamese, Lao, Cambodian, and Filipino partners under the PREACT program. So very important work that we are doing with our partners there. I'm very happy with the focus of the meeting today. As you mentioned, communities. It's obviously, we all know around the table that communities are at the centers of disease control and surveillance, and better understanding how grassroots organizations can and community level can strengthen One Health mechanism is instrumental. And I think here again we have a lot to learn from countries like Thailand, but also other countries in the region on what you've been working on as community-based surveillance for One Health issues. So very excited for the meeting today, and thank you so much again for organizing this event. Oh.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. A round of applause. Thank you also for highlighting the importance of and centering science as one of the major highlights of this festival and of this summit as well. No, it seems like it's not only science that is being attacked at the moment, but also the reality and the lived experiences of the communities as well. So this is an important meetup point between science and community. And how do we maximize this power between the two to ensure that our responses are responsive to the needs of the people who are in need? So thank you so much for that. Next up, we are really very privileged to have the current president of PREZODE, and the director of the Office of International Cooperation from DDC, the Department of Disease Control in Thailand, Dr. Suapak Hinjoy. Thank you so much for coming. Please.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey, that in the providing me opportunity to join in this important forum. And in the for in the this program is called like we highlight or in the mapping community red one health interventions for prevention. So this is a very important. We see the keywords, right? Like for in the important one is a community red one health, and this is for prevention. As you know that like a pre-sort is called like the major things that we would like to drive to at the global level is to highlight the importance of prevention. Actually, when we do kind of like a prevention, we have in the different aspect. That's meaning that from governmental sector, we have kind of like we have in the what in the policy maker says, and we follow by the budget allocation. That's mean for the governmental budget. But sometimes this is kind of like a top-down approach. But we know that if we would like to sustain the program, if we would like to bring up like how to see any change, it is not only in the top-down approach. It means that we need bottom-up approach. So what in the bottom-up approach? It means that the community, this is a key player. And there, as in the, we know that in the farm in the as another head, I work at in the Department of Disease Control, and especially for in the zoonotic program. We can see that in the even though we couldn't get the community people, like the people at the community level that compose of in the different group of the people, from villager, village health volunteer, from in the local authorities, maybe NGO, and also from like academic institution or in the research development, even that they didn't like gather together to set the goal, to see the problem and finding the source of the problem together. Is it in the it in just in the just like a listen from in the government what to say in the central level or just follow this, we can see that even the we change like the program, it didn't have like a budget from the central level. We couldn't see any like a sustainable program. So that's why we have to highlight the importance of in the people in the community that involved within the many like a sector in the area. So that's why even that we would like to say that the community we have to change, even that we would like to sustain kind of like in the prevention program, we must move from in the engagement of the community to ask them to be the partnership in their our project. And then we need to like change that from in the top-down approaches to co-creation. That means that we have to ask them to like a co-design, co-development, co-creation. And it does mean that in there, this can be like the important thing. And this it should be like a transfer the message to other development partners, because we know that in the financings, this important. If we would like to do other activities, we have to concern about in the our sustainable financing. When the sustainable financings is can be in the other channels. And we know that right now in the geopolitics, right, issue, that means many projects have as in the Dr. Jeffrey says in the it's called like a cut down in the many projects. And also from in the when the Benjamin talked about like One Health Summit, I think this is often the sustainable finance is another issue that we will lift that at the global level to see how we can identify any like sustainable finance to join and that. And also for the community level, this is also the big issue because in the even though we just focus in the same like in their formal pathway, maybe we cannot see another uh, stakeholders. Actually, in Thailand, we have like a local authority under the Ministry of Interior. That means they have like a until they join within the private sector. That's meaning that we can see in there some area in the some provinces in Thailand. They use this kind of co-creation within the different stakeholder like local authorities with the NGO in that area and also from the private sector. We can see that they can build the money. We can build like maintain the budget to doing the activities. That's mean I think that it's important that in the we have to identify any alternative that are finance that's from non-traditional stakeholder that we are familiar. I think this is will be the another aspect that in the we may talk in this forum or maybe in the at in the global level in the during the One Health Summit. So I would like to conclude that the future of the One Health approach depend not only on coordination across the sectors, but on trust and the partnership with the communities. And I have to thank you for in the APCASO, CIRAD, and the also episode that in their joy and have like a really willpower to do on this kind and focus on the community-led One Health. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hinjoy, not only for specifying two important components when it comes to One Health, no partnership and prevention. So in this particular meeting today, we will look at not only civil societies, but through the mapping tool that we are developing to also explore what are the other partnerships and even consortiums that may already be in place in the different countries in Southeast Asia that can actually leverage in making sure that One Health response is more multisectoral. At the same time, it's important for us to highlight prevention. In looking at the title on the screen, no, prevention is really one of the aspects that we need to really specify and magnify for this meeting. Just looking at Global Fund, for example, the funding for prevention for malaria is roughly 4 billion of the 8 billion annual expectation. For HIV, it's only 20% of the global funding. So really see how prevention is being less prioritized as opposed to treatment and other aspects of the response. No? So this particular meeting will also try to highlight that prevention is as important as other aspects and components of the health response. So thank you again, Dr. Hinjoy. Also, thank you for coming to this meeting, not only for the government of Thailand, but also for Kasetsat University for hosting us today. As you all know, we are in a hospital, and I just learned today that this is also Flavi's office, just right across the floor. Maybe we can visit you later on, your office later on. So thank you so much to Kasetsat University as well for hosting this meeting. Last but definitely not the least in terms of the opening, let me call on our Executive Director, R.D. Marte, who will also do the opening. Thanks.
Thanks, Jeff, and good morning, everyone. Sorry, there's a neck. I'm really happy to be part for APCASO to be collaborating with CIRAD and PREZODE and organizing this event as part of the One Health Festival and also as an official side event to the One Health Summit. First off, for those of you who don't know APCASO yet, we are an Asia-Pacific regional civil society network organization that works for the health and human rights issues of the people that are most disadvantaged, marginalized, and in need. We envision a society that is more just and inclusive and is responsive to the needs of the most marginalized communities in the region. And that is exactly why we are beginning, or we have begun to work more and more and intend to embed One Health approaches in the work of the APCASO partnerships. We have civil society partner organizations called focal points across 18 countries in the region, ranging from Cambodia to Indonesia to India to Japan to Vietnam, Philippines, Pakistan, Mongolia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, and I would Papua New Guinea, plus a few more. We are wanting to see our network embed and integrate and also weave in One Health approaches in the work that we already do, because we see that the issues that One Health is trying to mitigate and solve are the very same issues whose impact disproportionately affect the communities that we serve. The impact of climate change, the impact of health emergencies, the impact of pandemics, as we know it, disproportionately impact the communities that are already disadvantaged. At the same time, how we feel is that One Health as an approach, as an initiative, has so far, or at least started more within the ambit of academicians and researchers. And we want to see more community and civil society organizations coming into the One Health movement, not as beneficiaries or sources of data, as we see it for the most part, but as equal important and strategic partners in the response and in the implementation. And that's what we want to see. So both sides, for the APCASO community of civil society networks in the partners to embed more One Health in their work, and for our counterpart partners from technical agencies, donors, academe and researcher groups to also see the power and the reach of community and civil society partners, and to see that when we start working with civil society and community partners, we don't need to develop standalone One Health organizations. There are already strong organizations that have the breadth and that have the reach in communities, that do a lot of fantastic work in other areas, may or may not be doing yet One Health and One Health related approaches, but are there, have been supported and strengthened, and have the reach within communities to be part of the One Health movement if it is to be effective. Just wanting to acknowledge that we are so happy to be part of PREZODE and to work and learn a lot from CIRAD, but also to acknowledge our partnership with the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs and L'Initiative, which has really inspired us and started us in this path on One Health and on climate justice work. So all for the good, and we are very happy as well to have partners, APCASO partners from the countries, Vietnam, Indonesia, and the Philippines, who will be hearing about their One Health and One Health related interventions. And I look forward to that. Thanks, everyone, and I hope we'll be having fruitful discussions. Over to you, Jeff.
Thank you so much, RD, for that opening. It is a natural progression for APCASO to be involved in One Health, coming from communicable diseases of HIV, TB, malaria. When we engaged in the process of the pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response, we see that there is not only an interconnection, but an importance to engage in this particular aspect of work, no? And I hope it is symbiotic, and it will be the same for those who have already been working a lot on One Health, especially when we look at pandemic prevention. Later on, we will listen to some of our speakers on how this One Health and infectious and even non-communicable diseases actually intersect with each other, and how we can actually help each other in terms of really putting more multisectoral and coordinative and also integrated approach, especially on the area of prevention, no? Because it is not just a responsibility of those working in specific streams, but also in multiple streams as well. And that's something that we will try to at least establish for this meeting. Okay. Now that we've heard from Benjamin, Dr. Hinjoy, and RD, we wanted to see who are the rest of the people in the room and also those who are joining us online. I forgot that I shared this. I have to be honest with you. This is my first time doing a hybrid meeting, facilitating and doing the presentation. So if you can at least just indulge me for some minutes in between sessions, moving from one screen to another screen to another screen. So, but this is exciting for me so far. I'm learning as well. So I'm looking at this as, the tripartite of One Health, the science, the community, and the policy as well. So those who are joining us online, and I see it's nice that we are already receiving some likes, and 12 people are already online as well. Let me first go through those who are in the room in person to introduce themselves. Mention your name, your organization, and where you are based. Maybe we'll start with, since RD, you ended last, can you start, please? And then we turn to your left.
So name and organization.
Name, organization, when you are based.
Hi again, RD from APCASO.
Good morning, Mara Quesada from Action for Health Initiatives or Achieve in the Philippines.
Good morning. I'm Kim from SCDI Vietnam, the Center for Supporting Community Development Initiative.
Hi, I'm Richa, working with APCASO. I'm based in Bangkok.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brad. I'm from Vietnam, also from SCDI Vietnam, and I'm based in Bangkok.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chandra Mohammed from Indonesian Positive Network.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. I'm Montiporn Panya. I'm from CSO Platform, a platform for health equity and inclusiveness. I'm based in Bangkok.
Good morning. My name is Srihari Acharya. I'm also from CSO Platform. Platform works primarily on malaria under RAI grant, but we initiated for, One Health network since last year, trying to utilize learning and best practices from RAI grant and then expand since funding is going down and malaria implementer are looking for some other relevant aspect to continue. So just we are initiating that One Health network now. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tutu Zalwin. I'm researcher from CIRAD based in Bangkok.
Wala Sinisak Kamduang, the foundation board of the Hun, actually based in Chiang Mai, but my current work is as the Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Science at Mahidol University, Thailand.
I'm Sawapakin Joy, and the president of PREZODE, and also for another hat, this is our advisory level on the One Health at the Department of Disease Control, Ministry of Public Health, Thailand.
Good morning. My name is Alison Mori. I'm Global Health Policy Officer for the French Embassy in Bangkok.
Benjamin Béchaz, Regional Counselor for Global Health for Southeast Asia, French Embassy.
Good morning. My name is Flavie Goutard. I'm a senior epidemiologist at CIRAD, but as well the focal point for PREZODE in Southeast Asia, and I'm based in Vietnam, Hanoi, but I work regionally. Thank you. And I'm co-organizing this meeting today, and thank you all for joining and being present online as well.
Thank you. And again, I'm Jeffrey Acaba from APCASO, based in Bangkok. I'm from the Philippines originally, so thank you. Looking at the ones online, so as you can see, you can also those who are here in person, you can also participate in the online Menti. We have 3 people connecting from Indonesia, 1 from India. Let's take time also to open the mic for anyone who would like to introduce themselves so that we can also acknowledge you, even if you're connecting online. Perhaps I can call Owen first. Oh, perfect. She went first. So perfect. Owen, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. It's 4 o'clock here, so excuse me. I'm in France at the moment, but I am from Vietnam. My name is Wang. I am from SCDI. So happy to join this. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. Maybe let's go to Ali.
Hello, my name is Ali Rizky from Indonesia. I'm working in Australia-Indonesia Partnership for Health Transformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rizky. Frison.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I am Ison Idris from Ministry of Agriculture of Indonesia. I am a senior veterinary officer in veterinary public health. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining online. Dan. Dan Ving?
Sorry, everyone. I was just trying to unmute my mic. I'm literally in a car at the moment. Sorry. My name is
Sorry.
Dan. I'm a colleague of Flavie, so I work as an epidemiologist for CIRAD, but based in France, where I do various jobs related to PREZODE, but one of them, probably most pertinently, is I'm a scientific coordinator for the third phase of the PREACTS program after Zamco. It's called APCASO, just started. Thanks. Back over to you.
Thank you, Dan. And I believe you are in the region at the moment, so thank you. Joko, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joko Daryono. I'm from Indonesian Veterinary Medical Association of Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Yuli. Yuli Inda, can you please introduce yourself? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I am Uli from Indonesia. I'm from Disease Investigation Center, Wates, Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yuli. Gunawan? Gunawan, can you introduce yourself? Okay, let's move to Karishma.
Yes, Gunawan from Indonesia.
Perfect. There you are. All right, thank you so much, Gunawan. Karishma, please go ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm Karishma from Nepal. I'm working in a community-based organization named Trishli Plus. We mainly work for the community engagement of TB survivors, TB networks, and also in HIV. Thank you.
Thank you. Teishu? Teishu, please go ahead.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Nice to meet you. I am veterinarian from Myanmar. I am Johnny from Yangon, Myanmar. I am working as mainly in the veterinary public health and AMR research from Myanmar. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you all.
Thank you so much, Teishu. Siti.
Hello, everyone. I am Siti Yulianti. I'm from Indonesia. I work as an animal disease control in Ministry of Agriculture of Indonesia. Thank you.
We have so many Indonesian participants today. Thank you so much, Siti. Axon?
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Akson Sangthenchai from Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Kasetsart University. I apologize for the morning section that I cannot join on site, but I will attend in the afternoon. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Axon. Looking
I'm
forward to
sorry.
meet you in person in the afternoon.
I'm so sorry for the morning section.
My have. It's okay. Thank you so much. Chandra? No, I'm kidding. You're here. Thank you so much, everyone, for introducing yourselves. Our introduction on Menti is not yet over. So if I can just go to the next slide. Oops. Okay, so the next question is, which field or area are you currently working on? So if you are participating online, or if you're currently in person and you want to join, here's the QR again. Let's see how many people, just to know the area of work that you're working on. Is it HIV, TB, or malaria? Is it specific to One Health, or is it both? I would be surprised if it's like equally divided now. Let's see. I'm very happy to see that we have 17 in the room and 23, and then also 17 online. So 34 participants from 8 countries today. So that's a really good turnout. Thank you for participating today. All right, we see that almost half of the people in the room work on both HIV, TB, malaria, and One Health. And later, towards throughout the entire event today, towards the entire throughout the entire meeting today, let's try and reach out more to those who are just working specifically to HIV, TB, or malaria, or those working specifically on One Health, and see how we can move some of those people to doing both HIV, TB, and malaria and One Health. Today, we will be able to link the two together and see how we can work together. Yeah. I believe I still have one question left. What are you excited about coming to this meeting? This is not an expectations question. It's more about the energy that you are bringing today and what you are looking forward to in terms of the discussions, maybe in terms of the food, in terms of the people that you will be meeting today. This is also a relevant question to those online. Someone said the work and the cross-sector collaborations that are possible to take place after. Yes. Enhancing knowledge about One Health, especially in TB. That's correct. To learn One Health, Community One Health implementation program, network sharing update, learn about One Health, gaining knowledge pertaining to One Health, to explore the work, idea, and network that can be an opportunity for future collaboration. Yeah. The integration of, I believe this is HIV, TB, and malaria with One Health in preparation for GC8. Communities, the missing link in One Health. Yeah. Updates and sharing, strategies to bring the community to be part of prevention's chain, to discuss concrete steps to connect HIV, TB, malaria in One Health, and engage collaboration and sharing knowledge on the importance of One Health. Okay. And the concept of mapping community for better implementation. Wow. Someone's already excited about the mapping. That's very exciting to hear. Huh? So there's a lot of responses around collaboration, making that link between One Health, HIV, TB, and malaria. Of course, the networking is there, the learning opportunity is there. And also enhancing knowledge and putting it more situational in the context of Global Fund Grant Cycle 8. That's also for later's discussion. All right, sounds good. Yeah. Anyone who would like to share in person on what they're looking forward to today? Or are you satisfied with the answers online? Good? Okay. If that is the case, can we have a quick group photo first? No? Including the online one, while we are still all fresh and while one is still awake. Oh no, already awake. It's already 4. So if those who are in person, maybe do we do this? Maybe we can ask someone who will just and then we can stand, no? And those who are online, can you please open your cameras? Right. We'll try to accommodate. Yeah, that's true. No? Yeah. Or just take a photo also. Yeah. Take a photo from here. But also take a screenshot. From yeah. Can we all stand and come closer to this side? Yeah. Where are we going there? Here. Or this here. Just here. Sideways. But maybe as close as we can. Yeah. Maybe just here and then here. Yeah. So some of us can stand here. Others can stand here.
And those who are tech savvy, please also click a screenshot.
There you are. So please here.
And we can join civil society. There you are. Let's squeeze closer. I cannot see. We're still good, no? Are we okay? I cannot see the angles. Should we go closer? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1 help. One help.
You have like a sign. One help. Can we do this? It's cold. No. Let's do a hard sign then. Let's do a hard sign. Oh, one help is. Oh, we can also this. Let's start it. We can also do this. One help and also money, yeah. And put it in yeah. If you're fine with it, yeah. All right. Cheers. Let's say one help. One help. All right. One more.
It's not one shot. One month. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Oh my.
You are perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. Let me now move on to... All right. Let me just share this online. Okay, some of you, no, all of you have already, no, some of you may have already seen this agenda. If not, I'm showing you now on the screen. I hope you can see it. Our agenda for today. It's not a 2-day meeting. It's just 1 day. I just divided it into 2. So it's a morning and afternoon session. So we are currently here at between 9:30 and 10. We've introduced each other and also had the photo opportunity. We're currently early in terms of time, so which is a good sign. After this, of course, I'll go through the agenda very quickly, and then after this, we'll dive straight into the discussion, our first input session for today, which is the background about the side event, One Health Summit, and the festival, and also introduction to CIRAD and also PREZODE. After that, we'll break for the morning and then come back at 11:15. Once we come back, we'll have 2 sessions. The first session is a set of presentations coming from civil society and communities, focusing on community and civil society-led One Health and One Health-related interventions. And then after that, that will move straight there or directly to our civil society panel. And the panel will expand that discussion, that presentation, looking at other country-level experiences and linking that to HIV, TB, and malaria. Yeah. So that will be from 11:15 to 12:30. We have a number of speakers and panelists who will be part of that session. And then we'll go for lunch. After lunch, we will shift the discussion from a more input on One Health to a more specific topic on the Global Fund. So we will have someone from the Global Fund who will be connecting online later to discuss and share what are the opportunities within the upcoming Grant Cycle 8 funding request process in integrating One Health. And then after that, we'll present APCASO's Engage 8 strategy, how we are engaging in this process of the Grant Cycle 8 or GC8, and how One Health is integrated in that process. And then after that, later, we'll also have the presentation of the One Health Intervention Network Mapping tool that is currently being developed, We'll have some sampling and already asked some questions already related to the tool after the afternoon break. No? So we'll have a workshop related to the tool itself before we do the closing. Yeah. To those who are in person, I hope you can join the entire day. To those who are online, feel free to also, of course, leave and enter. Depends on your availability and looking at the agenda today. Yeah, but I hope you can stay for the entire day. Yeah. Any questions on the agenda? If none, let me now give the floor to Flavie to do our background and context in the introduction of CIRAD. Flavie, over to you.
Thank you, Jeff. I will share my screen.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So for this morning, so thank you again for joining. I'm going to present a little bit PREZODE. So the president is here, so I hope I'm not going to say any mistake. So I'm going to present PREZODE. I'm going to talk about a program that has been funded under PREZODE, PREACTS, the project HASICA, who is in fact funding the event that we have now. How this fits with what we want to do and the collaboration that is emerging between French organizations like CIRAD under PREZODE in the region, and especially with some example in Vietnam and in Philippines. And I will end with the One Health Summit slide. Okay, so PREZODE, just some of you might know, some not, or not really clear. So just to go back to the history of PREZODE, PREZODE was launched at the end of 2021 during the One Planet Summit. It had a very strong political support from the very beginning, with a strong political support from French and from the President Macron, from the EU as well. And it was seen as a way to prevent future pandemic in the wake of COVID-19. It's an international research and development initiative which aims at preventing zoonotic diseases emergence through the implementation of prevention, surveillance, early detection, and rapid response solution at both local and global level. And it has an objective to inform and support decision makers in collaboration with the quadripartite and other international partners, in line with the One Health high-level expert panel. So this initiative, so came really from after COVID, with an idea behind of shifting the way we look at emerging diseases and trying to put more effort, funding, resource on prevention and on bottom-up approach. So since 2022, a lot of meeting online first, because this was just during COVID, after COVID, happened all over the world to co-construct PREZODE. So we had more than 27 online workshops in America, South America, Africa, Europe, Southeast Asia, Asia, to be able to discuss together. So it was different actors from different sectors. We had research actors from community, but CSO, government, policy. We had veterinarian, public health, economic, social science, funders. We had very various diversity of stakeholders joining this workshop. And during this workshop, we used the TOC, the theory of change methodology, to discuss about where we want to go, to have a vision all together, and to have some strategic action activities and design some strategic pillars. We came with a shared strategic agenda, and as well, we came up with a governance framework. because at the beginning, PREZODE came out from discussion and involvement of 3 French agencies, which are CIRAD, IRD, and INRAE. But very, very early, we wanted to shift from this French governance to an international governance. So it's why we really came very early on this governance framework. Early on, during this discussion, vision, and so in this workshop, after 2 years of workshop, we came with a strategic agenda around 5 key pillars that are in fact really in every project or programs that you are going to see under PREZODE, you will find this pillar, all of this pillar or some of these pillars. So it's really the foundation of PREZODE. So pillar 1 is about understanding zoonotic risk and risk activities. Pillar 2 is about co-designing solutions to reduce zoonotic risk. Pillar 3 is about strengthening early warning system to detect zoonotic risk. Pillar 4 is about designing a prototype, a global information system for surveillance and early detection. And we have a cross-cutting pillar about engaging stakeholders and on co-construction approach and developing One Health networks and policy. So, as I said, from early on, we shift from a very French supported organization to something with multi-decision makers, with different scientists and CSO, and another type of governance. So we have now a platform which is a global multi-actor community with more than 280 members. And I'm sure I'm not up to date because we are still have members that are joining and countries that are joining. Including 30 governments. So at members level, it's a letter, a declaration of intention that is it's not binding, it's just that you agree with PREZODE philosophy. At country level, it's more at ministry level or at One Health platform level when it's existing. So for example, I'm always taking the example of Vietnam because Vietnam has been the first country signing PREZODE. And in fact, it's signed through the One Health partnership, which is a coalition of the 3 ministries representing public health, animal health, and environment. And it's not for Pacific country. I passed the slide for Pacific country. But why, if some of you as an organization didn't yet join PREZODE, just few words about why is it important to join PREZODE. So PREZODE membership offers some practical benefits. It's access to a global One Health network dedicated to the prevention of zoonotic disease emergence through scientific and operational approach. It gives the opportunities to connect with international projects and partnership, focusing on prevention, preparedness, surveillance, and health system strengthening. It's really engaging, and it's something that is very important, and for me it's very important, engaging in science policy dialogue, technical exchange, working groups contribution to One Health implementation and global prevention discussion. It might help you to increase your visibility at national or regional level as when you are developing initiative. So including your initiative under the PREZODE One Health platform and the labeling process. And it's given us a stronger collective voice in international discussion on prevention, health security, and future funding opportunities. So, as I said, now we have members that have signed the declaration of intention that are part of the governance. So we have a General Assembly run by the President, so Dr. Sawapa Kinjoy, who we are very happy to have here today. We have 2 Vice Presidents, one from Cuba and one from RDC. We have a steering committee. We have different pillars. working on different subjects, following the pillar. We have different working groups, one on communication, one on international data, one on regional, one which is a regional focal point where I am, for example, for Southeast Asia, for CIRAD, the lobbying working group, event partnership fundraising under the Secretariat. And we have an ethics community, a scientific advising board, and a donor committees. Under PREZODE, different initiative and activity were implemented or happened. So we have what we call the One Health database, the One Health platform, where you can, if you connect, find the mapping of the One Health activity worldwide. So it's ongoing work. It's not up to date for all the country, but there is some country where it's starting to be quite very accurate. As I mentioned, there is as well under PREZODE a process of labeling to give more visibility of the initiatives that you are managing under the One Health, and a work which is starting on One Health governance. To look at what we have done as PREZODE and the way we are advocating. So in fact, PREZODE tried to be there at the major event where we can advocate on our philosophy. So One Health Summit, G7, G20, UN General Assembly. There is an international recognition of PREZODE in the G20 and G7 Health Ministry reports. PREZODE has developed some working group with international organization. So WHO, FAO, HOA, which just started in February. So on One Health governance and policy. So it's I think very from interest of a lot of members here to look at what's going to happen in the under this working group. But so PREZODE becomes this international initiatives, and it has been supported by the French government to operational all what's our vision. So to operationalize this vision, we received from the French government 25 million euros shared, or distributed in two different funding ways. So we have one research program under l'Agence nationale de la recherche with funding some specific research topic for French, but in collaboration with organization, institution worldwide. 25 million euros. So it's really, really research specific. It's really science-based program. And under the AFD, Agence Française de Développement, we as well received 25 million euros to be able to develop some more developing process. So it's still research, but more on development under three different projects, AFRICAM, ASAMCO, and ASICA. So this called PREACTS, it's PREZODE into action. So PREZODE in action in the Global South, funded by AFD, 25 million euro in 3 phases. The implementing entities are CIRAD and IRD. And the idea behind, in fact, it's to operational PREZODE. So under PREACT, you find back the pillar of PREZODE. In fact, we have under PREACT 4 work packages that are really following the vision and the strategic agenda of PREZODE. So we have the work package 1 about characterization of zoonotic disease, work package 2 about risk reduction, work package 3 about One Health community surveillance, I would call it like this. And the last work package, which is as well a cross-cutting activity, trying really to enhance the state science society dialogue, gender and climate change, and to have a cross collaboration between partners, sectors, and country. So for this PREACT, so you might to remember that we have PREZODE, global initiative. We have PREACT, which is a program under PREZODE, funded and supported by French. Under this program, we have 3 projects, AFRICAM, ASAMCO, ASICA. AFRICAM is started in 2022. It's finishing this year. It's led by CIRAD in collaboration by IRD. It happened in 5 countries: Cameroon, Guinea, Madagascar, Senegal, and in Cambodia. So the second project under PREACTS, it's ASAMCO. It's led by IRD. And one of my colleagues, Dr. Serge Moran, who is leading with co-leading with Dr. Sawapak here for Thailand. It's 3 regions: Central America with Mexico, Costa Rica, Haiti; Central Africa with Democratic Republic of Congo; Southeast Asia with Laos, PDR, and Thailand. I didn't mention, but every project is for 4 years. And the latest one, ASICA, starting this year, led by CIRAD, again, 3 regions, 6 countries. So Caribbeans, we have Cuba. For South and East Africa, we have Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. And for Southeast Asia, we have Vietnam and the Philippines. And I'm the one leading the ASICA project for Southeast Asia. So this all project under PREACT have in fact a shared governance. So what's happening in ASICA, for example, in Southeast Asia or in ASAMCO, there is exchange, collaboration, coordination between the different countries at different level. And just one specific highlight on ASICA and ASICA Southeast Asia, because I'm leading it, so I know it. So what needs to be understood is that for ASICA development, we follow the same process that we did for PREZODE. We engage in a co-construction process. We were lucky enough to have additional budget from AFD to be able to organize for 2 years. So it was a long process to engage with the partners in each country to really develop and to have impact-based approach in mind. So we organized, so the idea was to, through participatory approach, to design the project, to map what was existing as a One Health project, to identify the gaps, to build collective roadmap, to define the project activity, but as well to have some broader collaboration with other projects happening at the moment, and to have really a bottom-up approach. So for the vision, for example, between 24 and 25, we had 7 workshops, 8 workshops at local level in Philippines or in Vietnam, or at regional, to be able to design the project as it is now. And now we have 2 projects, 1 project with 2 countries. So we have Philippines, Vietnam. We have different organizations. I'm not going to give in details, but the same profile for each country. So we have a government agency, we have research, academic, we have civil society organization, we have One Health network engaged. So the idea was between Philippines and Vietnam to have the same type of partnership, organization, but with this co-construction to really define with the partner on the site. And we, because I didn't mention, but we had this national workshop, but then we had workshop at local level. So for example, in Philippines, we had 1 workshop in Pampanga, 1 workshop in Bukidnon to really discuss with people at government or at local organization level how the project looks like, what would be the activity. So it looks like a very long process, and it felt, I know that from our partners on the field, felt like a very long process. But I think it was worse because now the partners on the site and the ground know each other very well. And this is one of the outcomes that happen, and I think it's very valuable. Within ASICA, so I'm not going to give detail, but you need to keep in mind that the idea is to assess the driver of emergence and respond to health risk, analyze the impact of stakeholder practice, to ultimate promote cross-sectoral collaboration and sustainable solution for health crisis in Vietnam and in the Philippines for Southeast Asia. All that using a One Health approach. And we will follow action and across 4 pillars. So we'll implement activities to understand zoonotic risk. So depending on the country and on the site, we'll organize field study. We'll look at antimicrobial resistance or pesticide usage. We'll do some economic analysis. We'll look at reducing the risk, applying different practice. So good agricultural practice, farmer field schools, private partnership, public-private partnership dialogues, One Health clinic, plant health integration. We have, for example, CABI, which is an international organization on plant health, which is joining the project. We will work on local incentive. We will have a work package on community surveillance, linking human, animal, plant health, developing online digital platform as well. And of course, a cross-cutting interface support, state science dialogue, policy workshop, CSO and private sector engagement. So I wanted to add as well about 2 slides on the One Health Summit, because what we are doing, it has been mentioned, but it's part of it. So it was mentioned by Benjamin earlier, by Jeff and by Dr. Sowapak. But so the idea of this summit is to bring political leaders, international organizations, researchers, civil society, private sector together to advance a shared vision for One Health. And there is several events. So you have the high-level summit, the 7th of April. We have this One Health Festival. So we are part of it. But ASICA managed 2 other health events. So last week I was in Philippines. We did the kickoff of ASICA Philippines. It was part of the festival. And the week before I was in Vietnam with our colleagues from Vietnam. And we launched as well ASICA Vietnam. And it was part of the One Health Festival as well. Busy schedule. We have as well a present event, 6th of April, which will be a dedicated space to highlight prevention at the source and the importance of linking science, policy, and local action. And you have as well along in Lyon some other activity happening, One Health Economic Forum and scientific and civil society session. So our APCASO event today is part of this One Health Festival and will contribute to the voice of civil society from Southeast Asia within a broader movement. And why is it very important? So it's really creating a space to connect One Health ambition with the reality of action in Southeast Asia. And it will help to bring regional priority into the discussion, connect sector, actors, and level of action, highlight field realities and implementation challenge, and support, and what I'm hoping for today, more practical and inclusive One Health approach. So this really resonates with what we are going to do in ASICA. So yes, the idea is really to link One Health momentum with regional reality in Southeast Asia. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Flavie, and also for highlighting the various initiatives and engagements that PREZODE has been conducting, especially in Southeast Asia, and also contextualizing our side event today as part of One Health Festival, along with the ones that was already conducted both in the Philippines and in Vietnam. So thank you for that. Any questions or comments, both in person and also online, if you have? Anyone? For those who are connecting online, you can use the raise hand button so that we can acknowledge you. Yes, please. Yeah, you first, the one in person, and then we go online. Yeah.
Thank you, Flavie, for a very inclusive presentation. I think it's very useful. And I understand that you engage a lot in international level and national level. I would like to know more. Maybe you can explain how the network can support or engage at the community level. Because I saw that you also have the pillar that may be relevant to the community surveillance. And so I would like to know more about the community level. How can the network engage with that? Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we take one more, Flavie, and then you respond? Yeah. Online, Owan, go ahead.
No, mine is more a comment than a question. Should I just go ahead or?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Now want to say that SCDI is a kind of new kid on the block in One Health. But it has been like for the last 2 years, we've been involved in discussing the ASECA project. And it's really a great learning opportunity. It's very, very inclusive. I have to say, like all the partner discussing the project and somehow Flavi and her CIRAD team managed that complicated with so many partner discussion. But it's an opportunity for us to learn a great deal about One Health and also the partner in One Health. And I would encourage the college here, organization here, if you have not joined PREZODE, consider joining PREZODE because it's a learning opportunity. We have a new partner, very different dynamic, but very, very dynamic, very, very active. And I think when we talk about One Health, it should come from both sides. I heard the question about the community, and I think it's not only the One Health actor go to the community and work with the community, but the communities can also being active and proactive and engage in the process. So together we can learn and can make One Health even stronger. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juan. Flavi? Oh, wait.
Yes, thank you so much, Juan. And just to answer your question, I will first, and then I will ask my colleague from SCDI just to give an example of what we are going to do, for example, in ASICA at community level. But so what will happen, it's at 2 levels. So for example, so there is activities that are going to be done at the field, engaging community, and it's why, because we know the expertise of this CSO and, for example, ECDI in Vietnam, it's why we started to approach them, because they have a way to work at community level, which is very unique, very special. And we saw that it's relate so much with the view of what we want to do, with how we see One Health. Because One Health sometimes is just described as the junction of 3 disciplines or 3 sectors, but it's much more. And PREZODE is much more. It's not only One Health, it's bottom up, it's engagement, it's policy. So SCDI really check all the case. So it's why we started to engage with them, and because of their expertise. So I will let my colleague to describe the activity. But at the other level, what we want as well to do is, because of the position we have, and for example, especially in Vietnam, it's as well to include more the community and the CSO voice in the dialogue with policymakers. And it's what we as well are looking for. For example, in Vietnam, under ASICA, CIRAD is leading. In Vietnam, we have the One Health platform, which is the 2 ministries now in Vietnam, because the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment is joining, but is covering the different ministries in the different sectors. And under ASICA, CIRAD is leading the technical working group on research to policy. And this gave us a really great opportunity to put forward the voice of CSO and community within this dialogue, which sometimes is not always present for many reasons. I'm not going to go in detail, but yes. So for us, it's really a great opportunity. So it's not only at field level, but it's as well strengthening this dialogue. And please.
Yeah, I would like to add some more information in from my point of view. So as you can hear from my director, Dr. Wang, sharing that we are the newbie in One Health, but in ASICA project, we apply our knowledge, our understanding about the community system when we had the opportunity, we have experience working with the HIV, malaria, and TB community system and other marginalized community system. We have experience with the community, with the building community and engaging and creating the space for community. So that is really the learning process for us as well. But we believe that we can apply our experience working with different community in this process. Yeah. Thank you.
May I just add one more thing on
Yeah, sure.
this
Sure,
contribution about CIRAD? I can say that I'm very proud that we have things to contribute to the One Health work of ASICA project. It is our experience and understanding of the key population approach. So, for example, in ASICA project in Vietnam, we decided to work in two provinces, one in the north and one in the Mekong. These are the new provinces for SCDI. We have not worked there. We don't have a program there. And at the beginning, the concept of community is vague. So it's ambiguous. So we talk community, but what does it mean? If we work with the entire population, then it would be too diluted. But then with the concept of key population that we use on HIV, TB, malaria, we then identify the key population for the project. That are the people who are involved in the animal sector, the farmer who grow chicken and pig, the people who sell meat in the market, the people who involved in selling the feed for the animal, etc. And so we identify them as the key population for the One Health intervention in the project. And with them, we will build a system, a network in order to push the One Health agenda. So that is just like a concrete example of how we use what we learn, we apply what we learn on HIV, TB, malaria, and other work into the One Health. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Juan. And I wanted to go back to Philippines and to achieve the collaboration we've achieved is even more younger, in fact. And what happened is that when we developed Vietnam, we had more, I don't know how it happened, but SCDI came very quickly in the discussion because of other organization initiative. And so I met with SCDI. And so Achieve came later because I didn't knew about you. And I think it was from what you are doing with the Ministry of Health, with the Global Fund, that with PBSB, in fact, who start to discuss and presented Achieve. I met you last year in your office, and as well, it resonates with what we were doing, and especially in Pampanga region with your. So I think you are going to present what you are doing, but just to tell that. Yes, it's a new even for us, for CIRAD, and it's a new collaboration. So it will certainly take time, but I'm very, very looking forward and excited to see how we can start working together, and as well maybe developing more projects. Because ASICA it's one thing, but I'm always thinking further. So yes, it's just a start, I think.
Thank you so much, Flavi. And Owan really gave us an idea of how the existing work that HIV, TB, and malaria civil society sector interlinks with One Health, no? That the skills, the mechanisms are there, especially when we look at community engagement and community organizing. Those who we consider as key populations, among, HIV, TB, and malaria, traditionally we already have ideas of who these populations are. But if we apply the same skills and the same concept of identifying these populations, we can really implement it to One Health. One Health, on the other hand, gives us an opportunity to understand very closely how science interacts with disease prevention, how science interacts with risks, and also with health communication and health promotion. And we really see that as we understand also the communities that are not only being targeted by One Health response, but those communities who participate in the One Health responses. No? So there is this natural linkage between the two. And this particular meeting itself will provide us that linkage and understanding how it will organically move from communicable diseases to One Health. And we're not even looking at non-communicable diseases yet. But we see that there's this also that particular aspect that we also need to explore. No? So really, again, thank you so much, Flavie, for that presentation. May I ask for another round of questions and comments if you have any? Yes, Dr. Indra.
I really like in the question that in the when in the Flavi present a lot of network, right? And how we link with the community level. I think it is depend on the country. Okay. We can help like a direct mechanism that to link within the network at in the regional level, global level, and transfer to at the community level. But some country may just like an indirect mechanism. For example, in Thailand, and there, when Fabi said about like we have a PREZODE, right? And then another program that we call like a like a SAMGO. It's kind of like this program is kind of like a bring the concept of in the PREZODE in the activities. Okay, for Thailand, we have in the joy within the Lao PDR under the ASEMGO. And then in the one of in the agency who like be implementing agency, it is a Department of Disease Control Foundation. And so Dr. Somchai is one of in the preparer. He's a manager for this foundation. And so Dr. Somchai, that means he learned about what is the One Health, and we work closely within the Department of Disease Control and also with the governmental sector. And Dr. Somchai is one of the key player in National Health Assembly. National Health Assembly in Thailand is covered by the platform that we call the Participatory Policy Platform. This under National Health Act. This is like a National Health Assembly. They have like the forum to join together between the governmental sector, civil society, and community, and also within the academic sector. That means they set like the tone and then being asked for like the voice from in the people, and especially the voice from community. So that's why when Dr. Somchai, who is like one of the committee of the National Health Assembly, he also being the idea of the One Health. And for I think that this maybe last year or this year, I'm not sure. The theme is kind of like for in the how to make like the benefit tourism by cater community to be a part, and that means it's just not only for the mega profit, but how we can balance the tourists, ecotourisms, and within the like other like a climate factor. Under to like in the One Health approach. That means it can be balanced. It's just for in the economics and also for in the like the thing that related to the One Health. It's kind of like a health for all, health for all. Yeah, that means it's kind of like in another example for indirect mechanism. That's why we believe that when we say the network, we just not only focus on the formal network, but informal network. It can be like the another mechanism. It can bring all the things that we talk at the policy level to community level. This is I would like to add for in this another mechanism that in the maybe in other countries is in the same way.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hindroy, for highlighting that. No, because there's this complementarity between the One Health approach and the mechanism that's already in place. For example, looking at ecotourism, for instance, and how it relates to One Health, to disease prevention in that context. It complements very well, for example, when we look at the HIV response, one of the main concerns within the HIV response is the movement of people and the mobility. And it also applies for tuberculosis as well, how the movement of people and the mobility of people really impacts the transmission of TB and also HIV in that case. So there's this complementarity between One Health and communicable diseases like TB and HIV. I think the question now is, how do we then integrate? How do we then make sure that this complementarity actually works? Not only at the government level, but most especially at the civil society level, because we know, especially coming from Flavi's presentation, that there are already civil society organizations and community organizations who are working on One Health. But we haven't looked into that integrated aspect, that bridge that would actually connect these organizations together as part of the mechanism that we are building on. Yeah. With that, unless there are any other questions or comments, both from the floor here and also online. If none, can we give another round of applause to Flavi for the presentation and also for contextualizing our side event today? We will break for the morning. Maybe let's give each other 20 minutes for the break, and let's come back at 10:50 in the morning. For those online, please feel free to give yourself some, break as well. We will come back at 10:50 a.m. Bangkok time, or in 20 minutes. So thank you so much, everyone. The restroom is on the left side, and the break is just outside. Thank you. All right. Good morning again, everyone. We're back. And for those who are joining online, we are starting our after morning break session. This next two sessions. Maybe before that, can we acknowledge those who just came in during the break for both those in person and online? So I see some new faces who just joined us during the morning break. So maybe you can please introduce yourselves. Tell us your name, your organization, and where are you based. Let's start with the ones here in person. Would like to go first? Yes.
Good morning. I'm Varapon Pimprapai. I'm a dean here. This is my workplace here. So nice to see you all, and thank you for coming. And if you have any inconvenience, please forgive us for preparation. And then my expertise is One Health and veterinary epidemiology. It's nice to see you all.
Thank you so much, Dean Warapom, and thank you so much for hosting us in your this beautiful meeting room. We are outstanded with astounded with how beautiful this room is. Also the technology as well. So thank you. Yes.
Hi, I'm Catherine Johnson. I'm a policy specialist with UNDP's HIV and health group here. And we're working more on the climate and health intersection. And so thank you so much for inviting us. I'm really thrilled to be here.
Thank you, Catherine, for coming. Are there any new participants on Zoom who just logged in? I don't see anyone new. But please, if you just joined in, feel free to open the mic and introduce yourself. I saw Ann Cow. SEDI, okay. Oh, yeah, please go ahead, Ann Cow.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm Ngọc Anh. I'm a programming assistant in SCDI. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you, and thank you for joining. Yeah, I think that's it so far. Okay, good. All right. Thank you so much for the introductions, and welcome back again to our event today. This next two sessions we will focus on community-led One Health and One Health related interventions. No, these are community-led and also civil society-led interventions related to One Health, and this will be in a way a back-to-back session. So we'll start with the two presentations. One which is more regional, and then the next one is more country level experience on One Health, on community led One Health interventions. And then we'll move straight into the panel session where we will try to unpack not only the interventions related to One Health, but then how it links to HIV, TB, and malaria. Yeah. So let's start this session with our first presenter, the coordinator for the malaria CSO platform. Without further ado, Shri, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jeff. First of all, thanks to inviting CSO platform. We have changed from malaria-free Mekong or malaria CSO platform to CSO platform, and you can see in our logo, we tried to already, when we start this rebranding few years back, we are already starting thinking of One Health. So our logo also represents some aspect of One Health there. So as this morning, I slightly mentioned about CSO platform One Health connection. Today, my presentation will have two parts. One part is just letting all of you know, because we are taking baby step on One Health from the CSO platform. So I will just briefly share what we are doing, why we are doing, and then second part that Jeff asked me to present a little bit of broad level of mapping, but this mapping is just based on our experience working with the community in malaria program area, working with the civil society organization and the government in each country. We cover 5 countries. So this is reflection, but not the full picture of our experience from 5 countries, only malaria and then some of the community consultation. So let me start with CSO platform, who we are. CSO platform is a network of more than 60 civil society organization and community group in Mekong country, primarily working on malaria, but since last 3 years, we have started expanding our scope to other disease, including One Health. So we were heavily engaged in TB. Kim is here. That was part of our regional TB migrant grant. We help in community engagement, and then we started this One Health and Climate Change Working Committee from last year. So CSO platform history, it started from 2014 as part of very small group of CSO working along Thailand and international border. And later it was expanded to 5 Mekong countries, and we are still funded by RAI grant, and we also have a small other grant. So One Health and Climate Change Working Committee, the main objective was to support CSO platform network in existing their program, because our network is primarily working in malaria, and there was already discussion happening. What's the sustainability roadmap or approach for malaria if the day Global Fund say we won't be able to fund anymore, which is happening now. So that's how we started this discussion to help our network, our partner, to think beyond malaria. It's also promoting One Health approach and climate change resilience in community, that at the civil society level, emphasizing on the interconnection between human health, animal, and environment. And malaria itself also climate sensitive disease. So dengue is also one of the biggest concern linked to the vector. So there also we see some connection to start with One Health approach. And other objective is to strengthen capacity of CSO and communities implement One Health approach and address health impact of climate change through different activity like knowledge sharing and technical support. Next, please. So build this One Health and Climate Change our working committee, or we aim to make it later the biggest network, is built on what we have learned from CSO platform work since 2014, and built on some of the partners' experience who is doing work beyond malaria. Many of our partners are already doing infectious disease. During COVID, they were part of COVID response, and some of our partners still in country level, they are doing One Health activities. So we built upon community need and languages because this approach sometimes is so much top-down driven. This morning, I think our one of the speakers mentioned about the bottom-up approach on One Health. So this is how we are trying to see like what community want to see if we want to go beyond malaria. It is built on existing community and CSO organization platform and community-based workers volunteer in each country. Also on One Health, focusing on the One Health literacy, because what we found is people are applying One Health approach, but they don't know they are really already doing One Health. So we also start, when we see that, or when we see, like Zeb said, One Health-like approach or activity, we tell them, okay, you're already doing, so here's a thing that maybe you want to think about, and this is how you can start. So that's how we start building on our existing program. So, one of the key strength of One Health is a multi-sectoral collaboration. So we also have great partnership at the country level, including with our CSOs. Those are implementing malaria. So the co-designing, I think this morning we also heard of the second pillar, co-designing. So we also try to promote that any activity in the community, we come with the biggest concept, but it should be detailed based on what community needs are and based on what community feels comfortable, including the government at the local level. Also bringing in community participatory method rather than we are designing and we are talking ourselves and telling them what to do. And also, as I said, we ultimately want to make this as a network and platform of civil society and community, mainly focusing on knowledge sharing and capacity strengthening. Next, please. So this is just to show you, we have a committee. Maybe some of those names are familiar to you. We have the chair, Professor Maxine Whitaker, who is also RAI CCM member representing civil society and community, but also a member of WHO One Health high-level expert panel. We have sirs from, I think he's based in Kasesat, so he's also advisor to this working committee, and he also sits in WHO One Health high-level expert panel. We have one civil society advisor from Laos, and others are members. So you will see Cambodia. The organization is engaged on AMR. Myanmar, the person who is representing, because of the sensitivity, we didn't represent organization, but she has great experience and expertise on nutrition and food security. From Laos PDR, we have from agriculture sector, from Vietnam, from the food security, and CSO platform itself. So this is the combination of our working committee. And this is all voluntary work. We don't have any single dollar support to do this work. So everybody is putting their extra time to work in parallel with their other work. So it's a voluntary commitment, and we can't think of doing so many things. So that's why I said we are taking baby steps in this. Next, please. So this is how we started. The first thing when we start thinking of this One Health and creating this working committee, we started doing some online reviewing article and trying to see how we can bring what message we can bring to community and stakeholder on climate change and vector-borne disease and linking with the environment. So this you can find in our website. It's there, but this is one of our work prepared just as a preliminary work to start engaging CSO and community. Next slide, please. And we have organized late last year a webinar on, there was 3 major topic cover on that webinar. One is the introduction of One Health approach, making that very simple community and CSO language, because One Health for our partner is still too technical to really have better understanding. So we try to simplify language and then disseminate information, just introducing. Second was the integration of human health into animal and forest conservation, and trying to show linkages how this is impacting people's health. And also utilizing a One Health approach for food security and human nutrition that was shared by our member from Vietnam, bringing some Vietnamese best practices and work they have been doing. Next, please. So this is the, I think, core thing of our today's discussion on mapping. When we went, and this is only I picked, which is very closely linked to our partner, what our partner is doing, and the One Health. So if we see malaria, it is vector and environmental linked disease, but also there is a zoonotic malaria. You might have heard about, community call it monkey malaria, mainly in southern Thailand, in Malaysia, and some part of Indonesia as well. CSO are already working with forestry or people within the forestry department. They also work with the farmer in the farm and private sector for malaria response. So this just to highlight, multi-sectoral collaboration is already starting. That's not the complete picture, but they have started already, so we can build on that. If we look at TB, it linked to poor nutrition, and then living condition. And there's also genetic risks and AMR. CSO working in TB with particularly migrant and in the factories and construction, they are already working with the private sectors. That just the Ministry of Health, they are working, but this brings some perspective on their existing working relation with the private sector. So just to show the multi-sectoral collaboration again. On HIV, the mobility, because of the climate change and mobility and social environmental factor, people are at risk, and there is a large migration, and those people migrating from one place to another place are also at high risk of HIV. And there is an existing, I think, strongest network of civil society and community on HIV field, and they have very good collaboration with Ministry of Health, and they are very strong in advocacy compared to other two diseases, including different sectors. So that's also already happening. So just to show that we are not going to start from zero. Something is already happening, maybe not in a complete picture, and we can build on that. Next. So why One Health approach? Now, initially I mentioned about the transition from traditional donor funding, but we also talk to community, how they see it relevant if we bring this approach to community. And then they want holistic approach and package of health service. They don't want just TB alone services. They don't want malaria alone services. They don't want just people to go and talk about HIV risks and key populations issues. They want us to go with at least 2-3 relevant other health packages and then talk to them in one time. And we are already doing community engagement, for example, in malaria, when our partner do community health awareness activity or community engagement, we spend hours just talking about malaria. It's so easy and simple to add at least 1 or 2 other community relevant diseases into that, and we can talk about that. The other thing is also health issue. It's linked to their lifestyle. You can see that photo. It's just to reflect that, giving the One Health perspective. This photo was taken in high malaria risk area, but people also live with animals. They are living surrounded by the environment that's now been changing and affecting their livelihood and their life. So it's linked with the people's lifestyle. And also, in remote community, they rely on local environment and livestock for nutrition and income. People can't afford to buy protein in market. They have their own livestock, they have their own animal, and they also relying on that. It links very closely with environment and also the indigenous people's land and nature for resource and identity. Some of them have still in our Mekong country, I'm reflecting, their spiritual practice that also links to some of the risks linked to One Health related health. So it's already happening. It's still it's reducing, but it's still happening in many rural area in Mekong countries. And climate change, I think all of us, we know what's the biggest impact we are having through climate change. It's affecting ecosystem, human and animal health. People are already sharing us very strange weather pattern. If I take malaria example or dengue that people talk about, it's happening in an unusual season. So that's perfect linkage with the climate change. And the point is also now, all 3 diseases, we are talking about transition. The GC8, the growth on biggest masses was integration and transition, looking into transition. So to respond to that, based on what I have shared, already existing intervention and activity, which is very well connected to One Health approach, I think this is a good way to think about sustainable transition, having community demanded health activities integrated into 3 diseases. So next, please. So this is just to list you. I think I already give you some example, but this just to adding into list is gone. Okay. Some of the One Health supportive approaches that community, before it was the activities, but some approach that community is applying. So all 3 diseases have at least very strong collaboration and partnership MOHs. And MOHs has different department that leads to health, and that includes many of these One Health related diseases. So there is a perfect opportunity for us to bring some promotion, health promotion, including One Health into a community level. Can you go back? No. Okay, yes. So they're working with the other non-traditional partner I mentioned already. So also working in collaboration with the local administrative department, because in some country, rather than central government playing key role, the local government or provincial government, they are the one who is driving what happens in their provinces. So our partner already working in collaboration with them. So that also supportive if we want to add One Health approach in HIV, TB, or malaria work. We have very strong community health worker or community health volunteer network funded by 3 diseases. If I take only malaria example, there were around 30,000 malaria volunteer funded through Global Fund grant. It's decreasing, but that's the biggest number of volunteer and work task force we have from just one disease, and think about if we can combine with other. But that combination need to be properly incentivized. We can't just keep adding tasks but not increasing incentives. So that we need to consider. But we have this existing network. All 3 diseases in this Mekong country have applied CLM and built some level of capacity. Malaria, we just started from last year, CLM in malaria, and that could be also one very good approach to apply in One Health, because community are the person, community people, they know what's happening in their community, either disease surveillance or if there is some unusual health events happening, they are the one who will know first, and they can alert their system. And there is a very good collaboration, cross-border collaboration and surveillance between countries. I'm taking example here in Thailand. We are speaking from here. So Thailand has very good cross-border collaboration at the provincial level for malaria response, at least with Myanmar, Laos, and before, when Cambodia has very high malaria, there was also perfect. But Cambodia is now reducing a lot. So there's existing this mechanism. We have Twin City for other health also, which is also serving for Myanmar, but Twin City approach is also connecting village from other side of the border and this side of the border. And also engagement and trusted relation with the vulnerable population, because oftentimes when we go to community, if we bring new face, if we don't speak their language, it's very hard to engage and involve them in our project activities. But we have that trusted relationship through our partner at the community level. Next, please. So these are the services that could link to One Health. So one is the community engagement and dialogue that we are doing in malaria. So this engagement and dialogue could expand beyond malaria. We can easily add other disease relevant to community we are talking about. CLM and CBM approach I already mentioned. Community advocacy and awareness raising we are doing for malaria. Then why not for any influenza? Why not for any other health linked to the One Health? So it's easy to add in. And also good relation and coordination with the district commune health system, which are in charge of all health response in their community or in their district. We have existing community health worker that I just mentioned, and the cross-border information sharing into city villages. Next, please. So what we could do, if we want to start small, we can start thinking of adding prevention messages into any of these 3 diseases, adding community relevant disease. It needs to be community relevant disease. If people are talking about flu, we need to have flu there rather than COVID, if that's not the problem. I'm just giving example. So it needs to be community relevant, environment and health risks awareness activities and community dialogue. So that we can easily start integrating into existing malaria or TB or HIV activity. I mentioned about the existing community health worker or community health volunteer network. They are purely focusing on human health. So we can, and I also reflect in one of the slides that they live with their livestock and animals. So we can add human animal environment aspect with the surveillance. Very simple tasks, just only focus on the surveillance. They are also already integrated service beyond a specific disease in some country. For example, in Myanmar, the local volunteer are doing 6 diseases instead of just 1 malaria or TB. 6 diseases are integrated as part of the ICMB package. In Laos, malaria volunteer work, they are also providing support on MCHN. So we could see what already integrated and find the entry point for One Health. The cross-border, I already mentioned, I don't need to repeat that, but that's also one of the things that we can look into, and it's a low-hanging fruit for us if we want to do something on One Health. And capable CSO and their structure within the country, the CSO who is part of Global Fund grant, they are well capable enough to take all this One Health work. Maybe they need a little bit of more training on One Health aspect. Maybe they need a little bit of more materials to go and talk to provincial level authorities and the community, but they are already well organized. And that mechanism, I think we have now to start with. Next, please. So this is final slide, just to end with. The final message is we don't need new system. We don't need to start from zero. Something is already happening, and people are doing, some people are doing knowingly, some people are doing without knowing, but it's already happening. And we need to connect those approaches and activity and make it in a structured way. So this photo is also taken during the field visit, just to show you, you see, the right below that is person working in the forest conservation, that person taking awareness raising activity, those visiting into forests, and that they have different, you know, that the people's life, and that somebody go to forest for picking of flowers from herb. They have their livelihood is linked to the forest. So when they go inside, the project, they train forest rangers, they train some of those people working in the forest, and they use them as an educator. And you see the right top, that's the person who coming from district level health office. And she's talking, I was part of this session actually, I took this photo. She was talking just malaria, and that during this time, community was having big problem with diarrhea. Whole community were having diarrhea problem. And then she was just talking about malaria, and people were really not focusing because somebody was suffering from diarrhea, right? So we could so simply add what community is now suffering from, rather than bringing in malaria. So I see this one is a good approach, but for this time, it was a missed opportunity. We just talk about malaria. People are not really focusing on malaria. They're focused on diarrhea. So I think this is the last slide. Can you just go just to check? Okay, yeah, that's all. So with this photo, this is one of our CSO's service center, malaria service center, where they provide malaria test and treatment. And this is at the forest entry point. So they put this service center in a very strategic location in a remote area where most people use as an entry point to go to the forest. So if this is happening for malaria, we can do for other One Health related disease service and surveillance. With this, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shri. What Shri presented to us is a structure, no, a structural framework that would at least break at the very onset, break how the current vertical programming works. Because we see, especially when you go to the communities and we listen to the experiences of the communities, that sometimes even if we reach out and provide the service that were assigned to us, there are more felt needs that the communities really want to reach out to. But because we've decentralized our health systems in a way that it has become limited in some ways, Even at the human resource level, the health services that the communities would need at that specific moment in time they will not be able to reach it. No? But with One Health as a structural framework, it actually connects all the different services together. It's not introducing something new, because it's going to be the same people, the same community health workers, the same community health volunteers. And when we look at community-led responses, it's going to be the same community-led organizations who will be providing these services. How will they be equipped with the appropriate knowledge, awareness, and skills to make sure that One Health-related services and interventions would reach out to these communities is something that we really need to figure out, no? As we connect these different services and frameworks together. So thank you so much for the presentation, Shri. Let me open the floor very quickly if there are any questions or comments that you would like to ask Shri. Yes, Chanda first, and then, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your presentation. It is interesting presentations. I have a concern from your slide regarding the CLM concept, because as we know, in the CLM, every disease has a specific tools, right? So for PLHIV, people affected with TB, malaria as well, and also it will be integrated in One Health system. So in Indonesia, especially, we don't have the pictures how we can integrate the concept of CLM. And if you don't mind, you can share to us how you integrating the CLM concept into ATM, HIV, TB, and malaria, and One Health system. And then the second one, I also read your website. Your partner and networking is now Indonesia over there. And for your information, sure, in Indonesia, especially, malaria is quite challenging because it happened in one island in the eastern of Indonesia. We call it Papua, but it's very challenging because the HIV burden is happening there too. And in the next cycle from the global fund, malaria is not eligible to the fundings. So I think it's more than happy for us if you open the opportunity that the organization, Malaria Organization Indonesia, can partnership and networking with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chanda. Should we take RD first? Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation, Shri. We chatted earlier and you mentioned, and it's very welcome information, that there's still a grant for the Regional Artemisin Initiative of the Global Fund for this cycle, although it's reduced. I'm just wondering if you already have insight of plans for incorporating or integrating One Health approaches or initiatives in that. Do you foresee any challenges? Because we know the money is smaller. At the same time, if we're saying that One Health is an approach that could be embedded in things that we already do. And if there are challenges, what can we do to support the CSO consortium to make sure that One Health is there in that grant planning, implementation, and budgeting? That's one. And then second, I found it really insightful when I was listening to you, and I think it's something that I'm writing for myself, that when we actually work with communities and talk about One Health, if we really want it centered to their realities, we should also talk beyond health, although it says One Health, because like livelihood is an equally important aspect of the lives and realities of people in the communities, and One Health issues impact the livelihood. If the animals get sick, like when in the Philippines, when there was volcanic eruptions and governments were asking community people to leave, they wouldn't want to leave because the animals are being left behind. And everybody was saying, oh, you're so stubborn, like you've already been warned, but how can you leave your animals when they're your source of livelihood? When you leave them there and they perish, your source of livelihood perished. So I think these are very important topics to also consider. And the other thing is, when we go to the communities, they also have their own community systems, like the village leaders, community leaders, and the importance of getting their buy-ins. And then lastly, there are, as you've said, communities might not have been calling them One Health, but there's a richness in indigenous knowledge and practices that are actually very One Health oriented practices in terms of prevention of zoonotic diseases, etc., etc. I think it would be important for a partnership like ours to gather, to acknowledge, and also to gather and to build up from them, instead of like looking at One Health as something that's new, being passed on for communities to learn. Whereas, like, for the longest time, our communities on the ground, especially in the most far-flung areas, have had like rich traditions and practices that have helped mitigate diseases amongst animals in their community that One Health community from outside of this could also learn from. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks. Let's take those two first, Shri, and then we'll go online. I see
Thank
Dan
you.
is.
I will try to cover all
Global
Adi,
Fund.
but first, thank you so much. I would take your second question first, because it's a little bit of structure in a way that what donor funding or the funding covers. So our resources is from RIE grant, which is only for 5 Mekong country. When we have limitation to expand if there is any expansion, and definitely if we want to do some work in Indonesia or Philippines, there is one area is still very high malaria. We need resources and we don't have that one. So because of that restructure, we still limited within the Mekong, but we are open. We started engaging with East Timor to help government creating community-led monitoring, especially with the women group in the community. So we are starting. I just had call yesterday to talk about in community engagement modality in PNG. So we are engaging, but if there is anything links to the financial thing, we have limitations. So that's one thing. But on One Health Working Group, we have 3-stage approach. We are now starting from Mekong because we don't have budget, but we are leveraging with what RIE is giving. They have paid for our salary, so we are working on that. So we don't need much for a start, right? But our second approach is going to Southeast Asia beyond Mekong, and third stage is making it Asia and Pacific. That's the roadmap we have, and we will see if we can find partner on our journey. Your question about the CLM in One Health, we haven't done implementation, but last month we worked with one of our Laos CSO. In Laos, the government is picking One Health. They were having One Health conference there, and they wanted to understand how this One Health concept could apply in One Health. And that's because CSO platform is piloting One Health in malaria in 2 provinces of Laos. So the highlight and interest in our discussion, and we provided some presentation for them, was looking from a surveillance perspective, what's happening on the food security, like looking at the local fresh market, right? Fresh market, how people are consuming meats and other product from that market, if people are getting sick. So this community CLM team could easily track and identify it. So that's from the disease surveillance point. And also bringing we propose that malaria CLM team could also expand to do this one. So because malaria happens in the remote area, people go to forest, and we all of us know they consume forest product, including what animal they find for their daily food, right? And that's a very risk linked to the zoonotic diseases. So that's the thing we try to highlight, and it was interested and some picked by government in Laos, but it also depends on country by country. But that's what we can see. Adi, so your point, the challenge, no, it's not easiest, but it's a tough one, because in RIE grant, the budget has gone down so much, and countries are asked to do integration and transition plan. And challenge I see, ministry has different department, they need to come together and talk. And that's not happening now. Because of that, the CSOs and community who is willing to be part of the holistic approach of the services, they can't do even they want. I give you example, for malaria response, they need to talk to different department within the ministry. and there is still limitation on that. So that's the one challenge. And second thing, because of the budget cut, so many activity now will not continue, including community engagement activity, community awareness activity, because now fund is more focused on life-saving activity, which means test and treatment, basically, and focusing on the system. So that's maybe something that if we have resources, we can bring from the prevention perspective or community awareness perspective to pilot somewhere within these Mekong countries. You mentioned about the Beyond Health sector. In my slides, you have seen, we are already working, our partner are already working. It just needs some little bit of external support to bring them together quite frequently, and then let them also understand how this links to each other's work. That I think that's the missing thing I would highlight. And the community system, and that links to your last question about the indigenous knowledge, because in One Health and even in malaria, if we don't follow what community is practicing and we just go with the new innovative idea, it's not going to work. It's still, when people have malaria symptom, they go to pray in a forest. They have their ancestor. They have their own way of practicing traditional spirituality. So we can't avoid that. And there are some aspects that could positively link with their culture and traditional knowledge for the prevention, and maybe linking them for the approaches. So that's already happening in malaria. Those people are trained, like who is doing, I would say, traditional healers. They are also trained for people, if they are really serious, don't hold them in their station. Let them also access to health services. In Laos, it's interesting. I was in one very remote villages. The person who had malaria, he was kept for traditional healers' place for 3 days, and only he was allowed to access malaria post with just the basic RDT test. It's just one pinch, one drop can see like a malaria or not. And he was malaria infected, but he was kept in traditional healers' place for 3 days. And he only could go for malaria service when he became more serious. So that practice is still happening. So maybe some awareness raising, and there are so many things linked to animal and human health connection, linked to the spirituality. So that's something maybe, Adi, if you have with any project, we can look into. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ree. That should be one of the calls to action of this meeting today, no? That because especially in the context of the Global Fund, they have been pushing principal and subrecipients to focus on, and country grants to focus on prevention, but without integrating and including One Health in that aspect of prevention, the vector transmission will still continue, the animal to human transmission will still continue. You will have a low early warning systems in place. You have, actors who are stakeholders who are participating, engaging in prevention work, but they are very limited in terms of the risk communication that they provide, in terms of the prevention services that they provide, because we don't include One Health related services in that aspect of prevention. So I think that should be one of our calls to action. Later this afternoon, we'll see, though, how do we position that within the context of the Global Fund, no? I see one hand online. Dan, if you have any questions or comment, please go ahead.
Yeah, Sri, thanks very much. Your question may be answered already, actually, but I stuck my hand up anyway. I really liked your presentation, so thanks for that. I particularly like the one before last slide, where even though you're mostly talking about malaria in your presentation, I counted 5 species of animals, chickens, goats, cattle, cats and dogs, and then in another slide, of course, you had pigs. So I think that illustrates a lot already. Also, terminology, because you mentioned community-led monitoring. I work more on the animal health side, and we tend to talk about community-based surveillance, but in fact, it's a similar activity. Likewise, community health workers, there's the animal side equivalent community animal health workers, of which there are also quite widespread networks of people working at village level. So my question is, to what extent, or are we aware that at the community level, right at the grassroots, is there already communication and contact happening between these different sort of stakeholder or actor groups that are both working in health fields, but maybe disconnected? Because I feel that sometimes we work in systems which run in parallel more than anything else. And the main challenge we've got, and it's reformulating what's already been said, is to try to make linkages between already existing systems. But particularly at community level, I wonder if you've got any insight to which there may already be this kind of collaboration informally happening at that level. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Quick response. Yes, that's already happening at the very lower level, maybe sub-district or village level. And I'm bringing more malaria perspective. I can give you example. Even in Thailand, people along the border side, community living on the border, they have very good relationship with the forest rangers. And those forest rangers are trained or somehow engaged by different projects to monitor and also provide prevention activities to those risk population near the forest, or people are entering to the forest. Similar thing we have seen in Cambodia. Is starting now in Laos. I'm giving only malaria project perspective. So this is happening, but very, very informal level. And there is no systematic approach to this.
Yes, Flavie.
Thank you very much. So thank you so much for your presentation. I enjoy. I need to apologize because yes, we met in June. I'm sorry, I was like, yes, I didn't remember that we had a meeting in June online, and yes, so things skip my mind. So thank you for your presentation. I have two questions and linked to what Dan said and your answer, and another one on what you said earlier, Jeff. So on this community base and mainly on this informal and formal networks that are existing of sharing information by the community. We know, for example, we have been involved in a work on sustainable wildlife management, and we are, like in Cambodia or in Laos, looking at community-based surveillance, mainly for wildlife, for emerging diseases coming from wildlife at protected area. And when we look at what is existing on the ground, how people are communicating information between the different sectors level of information, they communicate information. If there is an event linked to health or related to health, there is informal communication. But for us, the most complicated thing is and in top of that, you have the formal. You have the formal surveillance network where it's supposed to, you have this person who is supposed to report to this person, and so, and most of the time, this formal network, which is written, it's not always very efficient for many reasons, and there is difficulty to make the connection between the informal and the formal, and it's what we are trying to do, for example, in SWIM, to try to see how this informal communication network could inform, but keeping the benefit for the community, because when you translate that, often you are losing the benefit for the community, and it's becoming a burden for the community to report, because there is consequence for them and sometimes negative consequence for the community. So it's also this question, in fact, on how to integrate that and keeping benefit for, and I have no answer, but it's really, I think it's one of the, for disease emergence, surveillance, looking at what's happening on the ground, this is a big question. And then I wanted to comment on, because it's raised me a lot of, idea or commenting about what you said. And you show an example of community coming on the ground, asking questions about malaria, and that at the community level, they had a totally other topic in mind, because And it's happening so often, and it's an issue. But it's happening at community, but it's happening as well and the way we are designing project and action, because so many times we are funded by organizations that want us to work on malaria or to work on rabies or to work, and then sometimes they put a little bit of one else. But if you say, no, in fact, I don't know about what I want to work, this raises a lot of issue, and a lot of donors are not ready to fund big project, 5 years project. When you say at the beginning, I have no clue, I need to engage this cost construction approach, asking the community on what are the priority, what we can do, and often this. It's a big issue to be funded, this first part, to say, I have no clue, I don't know what I'm going to work on. What I know, I want to have different sectors. So it's a little bit what we did in APCASO. And we had the opportunity to do that, but it's still very seldom. It's very, very complicated. And I think it's something that needs to be as well pushed forward. You know, the fact that we need to support an approach and not specific disease targeted or pathogen targeted approach project or whatever. And this shift is not, I mean, if you see the call lately, not yet happening, but.
Thank you so much for that, Flavie. Would you like to respond?
Just on your first part, you mentioned about how we keep engaging, and also there is a sensitivity. We can't engage community in a way that we openly engage for malaria, for example, inside the forest, because there is a risk after they come back, and if they are doing something in government eye, so-called illegal activity or prohibited activity, then we are putting themselves at risk. So that's where in my slide the trusted relationship is important, which we have there, and it's actually mechanism is there. There is opportunity when you go down to sub national level. Every district in the project area, they meet every month, if not every month, every 2 months or quarterly, depending on how much donor is allowing them to mobilize resources, right? And there is also opportunity to discuss about whole range of health issue at the provincial level. So maybe to second question, to respond to that, that's where we have sense of where donor can put money. And then on your slide, I think the second pillar, co-creation, that's what we have been actually promoting. We're still not there, because in growth fund process, the co-creation is just a 1 day or half day community dialogue. That's not sufficient. But if we make it proper, that's the opportunity. We come with the bigger picture and then sit with the community, sit with the stakeholder, and then we lay out the plan for 5 years. Even they can give you idea for 10 years. I think that's how we can do.
Yeah, and we share your frustrations, Flavie. With this, with these limitations, especially coming from the funder side. So I think that's the way forward is to figure out of a strategy, because we know that there is a need to paradigm shift. But it is very difficult given that the structures are already in place. And at this moment in time, these structures are even being questioned. No, the role of civil society is being questioned. The role of multinationalism is being questioned. But when you look at the community level, there's one person who's doing everything. And that's really frustrating, not only for that person, but also for us who are involved in this field. So the question is, what strategy do you need to do to change that paradigm? Is it more of an expansion of what the person is already doing, or is it a push for funders to understand more the realities of how the countries are doing it on the ground, especially when you look at civil society and community-led work? No, let me use this opportunity. Oh, Owan raises her hand. So Owan, please go ahead before we move to the next presenter. Go ahead, Owan.
This the conversation is very interesting, and thank you, Sri, for your presentation that trigger a lot of thought and a lot of discussion. I just want to share some example and some thought in response to Flavie's intervention. Flavie's mentioned about the mechanism to communicate with policymaker to bring the voice up from the community. I think in Vietnam, ASECA is a perfect example. I see how it was able to mobilize the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment at the very high level of the ministry to be able to bring together different stakeholders in one project. I was very impressed at the launch of the ASECA project that the engagement of the academia, of the different government agency, very open and very interacting discussion. So I think that is an example of the platform where we can bring different voice together. In terms of the community led activity, I can give you an example. So we work in malaria before in an area that have a lot of malaria. And after 6 years, there was almost no malaria anymore. So we was sitting with the community network that work on malaria and say, so what are your health priority? What are the priority for your community? And they said dengue fever. So they said, please work on dengue. So with that guidance, we work on dengue. We got some funding from the French embassy to work on dengue in that particular area. And the community network that work on malaria they guide us. We didn't think about dengue before, but because we are completely stranger, we was not from that community, but we didn't know that that is their concern because we usually when you think about dengue, we think about city, but apparently only because they said that we start to look at dengue and we learned that in that region actually dengue is an emerging issue and it is in terms of incident is higher in our country in the recent year, which we were so ignorant, we didn't know. So it was them who guided us. And then since we start to work with them there on dengue fever and we let down, like we are not just on malaria, but we are working with the community. Another issue coming up is rabies in that area. So I think the community can lead us. It's real community led. And they can only lead because they are built, they are strengthened, they are empowered. And that community system was developed by the Global Fund is now can have their own life in a way that they lead us. But I also take the point from Sri is that funding is critical. We should find a way to maintain the community system. It's very ironic that the government can invest money to build facility, lab, and so on in order to monitor and do the surveillance of the this and that, but they don't invest in community system. They are the one who spot the whatever newest what happened in the community and in the environment even before the lab, but there's no investment in that. So I think that is probably something that we need to find a way to be able to maintain the community system who can then tell us what is their priority, what is happening in the community before it can be detected and investigated in the lab. So I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juan. Let me use that opportunity to segue to our next presenter, which is Kim from SCDI. This is what will happen in this next session. So SCDI will present, Kim will present. After that, we'll move straight into the panel. Yep, and RD will be facilitating that panel with us. We won't be opening the floor for any questions. We'll open the floor once after the panel, after the panelists have spoken. So Kim, go ahead.
Hello again. So I'm thinking about the community system. So I forgot that I when I have to present now. So yeah, hello again. So it is great to be here. The great honor to be here to on behalf of SCDI to share our practical experience on the community-led on health intervention. So actually, we haven't got the how to say the systematic intervention, but we integrate when we have integrated and mainstream in our current program and our current project. We started to work on One Health 3 years ago when we found out that the One Health is a very interesting topic, and we can integrate in our program and project. So we started to organize the sensitization session in our community and annual community meeting in Phú Yên 3 years ago, and we by providing the basic knowledge on health for the community people, and you can see Wang was the speaker at the session, and after that we raised after providing the knowledge to the community people, we raised their concern, and we also opened the dialogue, open the discussion among the community on their priority, their health priorities, and that's the starting point of our work in terms of the One Health. And after that, we expand our community-led communication intervention to cover One Health issue. So you can see we pilot some communication initiative in our current program, especially the TB and malaria program. We guide the community how to integrate the how to integrate the communication in terms of the One Health in the current communication activity. For example, you can see when the community, the Irish worker visited the TB patient, they can provide the information. They can observe. They can observe the condition, the environment, and provide the information. So we also provide guide them the checklist. We provide the checklist for the health outreach for the outreach worker. So you can see in the checklist, we focus on the very simple but relevant topic. For example, the mosquito breeding site, prevent mosquito bite, or rabies vaccination, correct handling on raw meat, mindful about the antibiotic use for human and animal, etc. So based on the checklist, so we know the risks of the community people, and we also know the need of the information, so we can design the communication, we can design the information to provide to the community people. And we, and the community, when the community involved in the engage in the Global Fund project, they show their capacity to, on the intervention research. So as Wang mentioned previous, we include them in the dengue survey recently, and so you will see the participant in the mobilize the community people in the survey, participate in the survey process. Yeah. Oh, I changed the slide, but it doesn't work. I changed the slide. Okay. So yeah, so as I mentioned that the intervention should come from the community. So the community need and the community priority. So so we design the intervention. The intervention must be developed by the community, implemented by the community, and led by the community. So this is our key message for our sharing. So you can see in the slide that we organize so many discussion with the community people in the different area, in the TB area, in the malaria area, and also HIV as well. So that's our sharing. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Kim, and also thanks, Shri. So we'll jump right ahead to the panel. So as we've said, like the partners that we have here from civil society that came all the way from Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines are APCASO focal point partners. Basically, they are like-minded civil society organizations in terms of vision for the community, the focus on the most vulnerable and marginalized people, focus on a lot of health issues, social justice issues. A lot of our partners, for a lot of our APCASO country partners, One Health is still relatively new, and we're taking the opportunity of partnerships like the one we have with CIRAD and PREZODE to learn more about it and how to integrate it in our work, and with the vision that it will become part and parcel of our standard work going forward. But at the same time, the purpose of this panel is to showcase and also to begin filling up our mapping by featuring some of our partners who are already engaged in One Health or One Health-like initiatives. And this is especially relevant in this era of dwindling funding resources. We've talked a lot about less money, about even in the Global Fund, which is the biggest multilateral funder for HIV, TB, and malaria. The money has been cut, but the language is now all about integration, including One Health, which is incorporated in the Resilient and Sustainable Systems for Health. There are components on One Health and pandemic prevention. So for APCASO country partners, their entry points on One Health related initiatives could have been through one of the Global Fund supported projects that we had at APCASO called Community Engagement and Pandemic Responses. So we want to hear more about those, and then at the end of the session also be able to identify gaps and opportunities for integrating One Health in HIV, TB, and malaria programs, including particularly for the incoming GC8 Global Fund Cycle, Grand Cycle 8. So let's first go to Mara. Mara, just building, Mara, and then I'll come to you, Chandra. Just building upon the presentation of Kim, could you share your respective organizations? So Achieve for the Philippines and then Jaringan Indonesia Positive for Indonesia, respective engagements in One Health or One Health related initiatives. And you could talk about how, I mean, in general or building upon the copper engagement. You could also talk about copper a little bit. So those who don't know about it also have sub-context. I'll start with you, Mara.
Thanks, RD. Thank you again. So Achieve works with vulnerable communities, primarily those affected by HIV and tuberculosis in the Philippines. I realize, having listened to the discussion so far, that I think it's quite common for many of us in civil society to actually already be doing something related to One Health, but we never called it One Health. For instance, in the copper project that we did, we worked with drivers, owners, and operators of tuk-tuks in the city where we are based. And although the primary concern of that particular project, of the copper project, was pandemic preparedness, when you talk to the communities, it simply cannot be just pandemics, especially since COVID has at least the COVID is no longer considered by the communities as a critical emergency, that they've gotten over it already. And for us to start talking about pandemic preparedness with them again is something that's that for them needlessly creates a feeling of panic, because they do not see other disease outbreaks as potential pandemics, even though it is a daily reality for many people who live in urban settings, like where we worked with communities for the copper project. They are so used to dealing with dengue. They are so used to dealing with leptospirosis when there are floods. But it never connects when we talk about being prepared for pandemics. And we learned that to be able to make it more relevant to the experience of communities that we work with, at least, we went away from the term pandemics and started to use health emergencies in general to also take into account not just emerging pandemics or re-emerging pandemics, but to also look at climate-related events that affect health of communities, as well as impact adversely our health systems, and zoonotic diseases. So when we started to approach it this way, and expanded it to the work we do with TB and HIV communities, it started to make more sense. So we built a lot from the coalition that we built under the Copper Project, the perspective of expanding the engagement of communities beyond those that we traditionally engage in TB and HIV. Because we're only always talking about those who are identified as key and vulnerable. But we realize that because we keep talking about those who are already identified as key and vulnerable in TB and HIV, we may be missing out on other communities who may be affected, but because we're not working with them, we don't know how affected they are. So moving from that, we are also implementing community-led monitoring. So before I go to community-led monitoring, so essentially the drivers and operators of the tuk-tuks were also mobilized in a way to contribute to community-based surveillance, where, because they're the ones transporting the members of their districts throughout the city, they will also be the ones who would be among the first to know if significant numbers of their community peers, passengers, are going to the healthcare centers, and why they keep going to the health. So if that's increasing, they would be among those first pockets of people who would know that a significant number of people from their districts are going to the health centers, and why. So in a way, that contributes to community-based surveillance. And this is one of the things that towards the end of the project for Copper, these are one of the things that we started to discuss with the City Health Department, to make sure that if we were faced with another health emergency, that they include these communities of tuk-tuk drivers as frontline workers, so that one, they have
a group of individuals who are already embedded in the community, who are already aware of the situation in their communities, who can already provide information about health to their peers, and can be mobilized by the city to also either deliver services or engage in community-based surveillance. Moving on to the other thing where we have engaged One Health-like activities is community-led monitoring. And I suppose I want to distinguish how we frame community-based surveillance from community-based monitoring. So when I talk about community-based surveillance, this means mobilizing members of the community to help in sounding the alarm if there are increasing or pockets of diseases emerging or re-emerging, or increased incidence of certain types of illnesses in a certain part of their communities, and to work with the local governments in that way. So that's community-based surveillance, the way it's applied to us. But community-led monitoring is more a systematic means of gathering community feedback on quality of health services. So in the Philippines, we've started to integrate TB and HIV in one system, in one community-led monitoring system. There are still at least 3 different entry points for feedback from communities to assess the quality of services, availability, accessibility, and acceptability of services, as well as experience of stigma and discrimination, violence, and harassment. They can either go on a website where they have a survey they can fill, they can make a call to our strategic hotlines, or they can chat through Facebook. So these are the different avenues from which we gather community feedback for community-led monitoring. And all these platforms already utilize a tool that includes both HIV and TB relevant experience and information. What we try to do in terms of health emergencies is to train our communities to also monitor the structures available in the local government level and on their readiness to address emerging health emergencies or recurring health emergencies, and how this impact the quality of TB and HIV services. So with that, for instance, like in the past year, as Shri said, we were surprised that very early in the year, we suddenly had a dengue outbreak. We didn't experience this before. It wasn't rainy, and then of course we anticipate that when the rainy season comes, there will be a rapid increase of leptospirosis when flooding happens in the city. So when these emergencies occur, there's also a noticeable effect on TB and HIV services because resources are always diverted. The sustainability of the quality of services for TB and HIV is always adversely affected by climate-related events and increase in zoonotic disease outbreaks because resources are diverted. Health personnel are also overwhelmed, and especially community healthcare workers, because they are the ones who are burdened with all these different diseases, and they're expected to be the ones to provide information, bring people to the center, to the health centers, and so on and so forth. So the burden of taking on all these things is taking a toll on the health systems. But the gap is the formal health systems forget to mobilize communities more effectively to provide additional resource that could help manage and address health emergencies and ultimately also ensure sustainability of health programs. But I think so what we've done is to assess the level of readiness of local government units in terms of policy, in terms of clear plans to address health emergencies, and business continuity to make sure that when we are faced with health emergencies, we do not forget existing programs, and actual budgets that are allocated for health emergencies, how ready those budgets are to be mobilized when you have a health emergency, and lastly, community engagement. And last year, several local government units were quite proud to say that, yes, they have community engagement in all their plans, in disaster and health-related plans. So early this year, we've already experienced several flooding, heavy rains, typhoons, and volcanic eruptions happening in different parts of the country. So part of what we will do this year is our community monitors will go back to these cities that are affected by different health emergencies this year, early this year, and find out, were you able to operationalize your plan? Were you able to mobilize those resources you said you already had? So that we can see whether they are really ready to both take on a health emergency at the same time sustain existing programs for TB and HIV.
Thanks so much, Mara. And I think, like, as I was listening to Mara, I was also going back to the question of Flavi earlier of how to find out the needs from communities, the priorities. And I think that's why intersectoral collaborations between civil society organizations, academe, and other sector is so valuable, because there's such a huge richness in terms of experience, scope of coverage, and contact with community persons, infrastructure that's already there where we could find out the answers at different stages of a project, from planning to proposal writing to implementing to research, that's really embedded on community-based and community-led approaches, community at the center. So that's very, very good. Over to you, Chandra.
Thank you, RD, and thank you, Mara, for comprehensive information. So first thing first, I think the term of One Health might be sound in new framework, but I think the practice of, especially in Indonesia, we have been doing with the similar cases, right? So for example, with the pandemic COVID-19 and through the projects like Cooper, we have a community health worker. So the community health worker doing something, what is it? We call it, they go to the poor sanitations of the home who has a poor sanitation, giving the educations, but only for TB patients. And if we talking about the HIV patients, the program for loss to follow up, the community health worker doing home visit to get back access for the loss patient to get back to the primary health care. So it's like a siloed approach is in the box. But if we are talking about the One Health, how we can, like Shri mentioned, we don't have to make a new concept, but we complement with the old concept with the into the One Health system. And regarding the current situation in Indonesia, our engagement is how we can to intersectionality with the HIV, TB, malaria, and One Health system. So as we know, in Indonesia, especially the community health worker is not institutionalizing in Indonesia. So the community health worker, they difficult to give the proper educations to the community. So this is our homework, how we can to advocate to the government to give the institutionalizing for the community health workers. And then the second one, if we facing the new concept with the governments is we call it primary health integrations. So right now in Indonesia, in the primary health system, we divided by 4 stages for clustering. First thing is management, second in mother and child, and third is elderly mature, and cluster number 4 is infection disease. So it's quite challenging to integrate the CLM concept, because if we are talking about CLM, the HIV have a tools TB have a separate tools, and also Maria, and how we can connect to one health system. So it's quite challenging Indonesia for current situations. And I think for currently we working with the PR, TB, malaria, and HIV, because the malaria, PR malaria is not eligible in Indonesia. So for TB and HIV is going to tailor transitions. So we sit together with the government and making a new concept how we can integrate the community system with the government system. I think it's so for me. Early.
Thank you so much, Chandra. Now I go to the three APCASO partners, Chandra, Kim, and Mara. Looking ahead, and in this chaotic GC8, there's already a lot of battles, less funding, expectations to do a lot more, expectations to integrate. At the same time, we know that One Health approach is an approach that we just have to incorporate in the way that we do. The same way that, for example, we know that our work is only going to be effective if we also take on gender justice lens, community-centered approaches, human rights. So it's another lens that we have to do. So looking ahead, prospects, what are the opportunities and challenges in incorporating One Health approaches in HIV, TB, and malaria programs, particularly with GC8, including in the RSSH grant, if you have also insight on the RSSH grant. And maybe this is also an opportunity to think of what groups like CIRAD or PREZODE could do to support this push or desire, what I assume as a desire from civil society partners to incorporate One Health approaches in HIV, TB, and malaria coming into GC8. Whoever wants to answer first. Where do we start? Mara. Opportunities, challenges, and any help that would be useful.
I think in terms of challenges, we notice that every time there is a move towards integration, there's always a pushback. When we were doing integration of TB and HIV, it started because Global Fund wanted it integrated, and our Department of Health wanted to integrate all diseases in just one CLM because they prefer to just work with one institution or one organization rather than deal with different communities. And there was a lot of pushback from communities, mainly because the idea, the framework of integration came in drastically. There wasn't a build-up towards it in a way that was inclusive and allowed for the inputs from those who will be affected by suddenly making things integrated. So there's always that pushback. The other thing is, because our own health systems and in the way they approach diseases are also very siloed and separate, asking them to integrate is also difficult for them. The Department of Health during the time of COVID, because that was also when we started to operationalize universal health care, given that the universal health care law was passed in 2018 and then 2020 we were dealing with COVID, right? So there was an attempt to have a UHC lens in all the diseases. And one of the things that the Ministry of Health experimented on was to remove disease programs. They just totally closed down all the disease programs and made it life stages approach. So the family health unit was intact because it's life stage approach. But the TB, HIV, malaria, and other infectious diseases, the non-communicable diseases programs didn't know what to do with themselves. And those of us working with the Department of Health, we didn't know what to do with ourselves because suddenly our partners in government, we don't know where they are. They were moved either to COVID or to other disease programs. And the people who we're now supposed to be talking to no longer have that mandate because they were all now disease. There were no more disease specific mandates. They were all now life stage approach. And it really felt like a failed experiment because nothing was moving forward. So I think that was the major challenge in terms of integration. And we were just talking about TB and HIV. And now we're talking about integration in One Health. And then there's UHC integration that hasn't been realized yet. And now we're talking about One Health integration. I think the other big challenge is when we're talking about integration, the idea seems to be that because we have limited resources, integration is the way to go. But because you're dealing with institutions or health systems that are used to being siloed, where they have their own programs and own budgets, integration means the first question they ask is, so who foots the bill? And that's always been one of the biggest challenge in integrating TB and HIV. Who foots the bill? Whose responsibility it is to take care of procurement of, for instance, preventive therapy for TB, where you give it for TB communities that are not HIV communities, and you give it to PLHIV because they are the most vulnerable to TB. But there's always a fight on, so who buys preventive therapy, who purchases them, who procures them. So without that build-up into the kind of framework of integration that we really want to see, there's always going to be challenges in terms of the various stakeholders accepting what needs to be done and who's supposed to do things. At the community level, we feel this at a very micro level. I'll give you an example before I pass it on. I'm sorry, I'm speaking too much. But like, for example, doxycycline, which is the antibiotic you use for leptospirosis. But there are also doctors specializing in sexually transmitted infections that are pushing for doxycycline to be used for PrEP and PEP. For PEP, to prevent transmission of bacteria-based sexually transmitted infections. So the supply of doxycycline is not a big issue at the moment because there's no leptospirosis yet. But it's going to be very much in demand during the rainy season. So there are doctors who are willingly prescribing doxy-PEP, doxy for PEP, for our PLHIV and the key populations for HIV. But there are also doctors who refuse to do that. And one of the things that they're bringing up is because what if they build resistance to doxy? And then at this time, because it's being used to prevent STIs, and then they get leptospirosis during the floods and it no longer works for them. And that is the only available drug you have in certain health centers, for instance. So this is for me an example of how two disease programs did not talk to each other when they're actually going to use the same drug to solve different health concerns. So I think I don't know what to say in terms of opportunities, but the fact that we're already facing challenges both at community level, at local government level, and at the macro structural level means that we need to talk about it. Because if the Global Fund is talking about integration, what is the Global Fund's framework in integrating One Health? And is this something they're going to hand down, or is this something they will allow countries to actually decide and require countries to actually decide in a way that is inclusive?
My bigger question is, do they actually even know themselves what integration looked like? I don't think so. I would say it. And I think that's where like technical partners come in. How does integrating One Health approaches in HIV, TB, and malaria look like? What are the specific interventions? I mean, we've discussed this, and this is a particular resource that's going to be very, very valuable to be produced collaboratively. No, yeah. But I think it will not happen until that resource is provided. And I won't expect the Global Fund to be the one giving us that guidance at all. You're welcome to share more challenges and gaps, but please go ahead also with opportunities and some silver linings, if at all. Kim or Chandra, go ahead.
I think we share a lot of challenge in the next coming round of the Global Fund. But I myself see very little opportunity that the Ministry of Health, especially in Vietnam, they will be the key the key, yes, on the health issue in general. So they will be in charge of the USC, in charge of the malaria, TB, and HIV, and also One Health. So how we can advocate for the expanding the community engagement, the community system that we build based on the global fund, to expand it in every program, in every health program, and using the experience on the identify the key population, the key population of each health issue, and in how to involve, how to engage the community people, how to create the mechanism. Because I also learned from the ASECA, like Wang said, in ASECA program, in ASECA project, we involve different stakeholder, even the high level decision maker. So it's really important when you want to bring the community voice to the policy maker, and with the collaboration with the academy as well. So I think that the little opportunity that I saw in the next campaign.
Thanks very much, Kim, for making us more sober about the reality, because indeed, like, we're expecting that civil society could be a strong champion for One Health in GC8, but at the same time, it's fighting a bigger battle of even securing resources from a now much smaller pie. It would impact not only One Health, but other community-led interventions on human rights, on CLM, on gender, etc., etc. And yeah.
Yeah, and I also want to add one more thing, that the Global Fund and also the country talk a lot about the sustainability, but the sustainability, it doesn't mean that the money come from the Global Fund or come from the country. It's come from the country. It come from the priority itself. It means that when the country they see the HIV, TB, and malaria, and One Health are their priorities, so they will invest the money. So, but when they invest the money, we need to have the community system already to collaborate with the government. So I mean, in this coming in this coming round of the Global Fund, the cycle of the Global Fund, we need to demand the investment on the global, on the community system.
Yeah. And when
So
we're
through the
sustainability, not only for this cycle, but for the long term, and also with one part of our head already knowing that for most of the countries in our region, this is the last grant of the Global Fund. Over to you, Chandra.
Yeah, already, I think for Indonesia, I think we see the significant gaps and also significant opportunity as well. So, because if we are talking about the gap, we already know HIV, TB, and malaria, they treat as a separated boxes. They treat it with the separated funding. But with the current situations, the Global Fund pushed the government of Indonesia to make it with the integrations, right? So I think whether it's like it or not, the government in Indonesia and the community worker should follow what the government giving the recommendation, right? Because there are no funding anymore in 2030, let's say, for example, gitu. And then let me give example for the current situation in Indonesia, for the opportunity itself. If we are talking about the opportunity, we in the last currently we are sit together with the government, sit together with the CSO, with the PR of the component, and we are talking how we can integrate all of the component. So we're thinking about we created one community health worker and push the funding to the domestic funding. So the government will pay the community health worker, and community health worker will do their job. They give education, they give preventing actions, they giving loss of follow-up for the HIV, giving education for TB patient, and etc. But it should be moved to domestic funding. Yeah, I think.
Okay. At domestic funding for sustainable
Yes, for sustainable
coverage of responses and integration.
Yeah.
That could include One Health approaches. That should include One Health approaches as well. Okay. Thanks. Mara, you wanted to add something?
So the RSSH component, the RSSH module, the Resilient and Sustainable Systems for Health module of the Global Fund, in the current GC7, and I'm assuming it's also going to be similar for GC8. The community systems strengthening is within the RSSH. So we're currently going through a transition planning phase, and the transition plan should be approved in the coming week, because it's going to feed into the development of the FR. So if there is a place in the funding request to highlight One Health integration, it would be in the CSS and the RSSH, because RSSH has always been developed geared towards ensuring sustainability of health services. That's one. Two, and making sure that community systems for health is recognized as part of RSSH. That's an ongoing advocacy that we need to continue with our governments to make sure that they recognize community systems as part of RSSH. The other thing is the Philippines is being offered a matching fund for GC8 specific to social contracting. The requirement is that the Philippine government needs to match the fund so that we can access the matching fund, and this is about $2 million. So if that were possible, if that would happen, if the government can commit to match that, and the Philippines is able to access the social contracting matching fund, then that would allow for more community engagement, because that is essentially what social contracting is. You cannot say social contracting and not be providing resources directly to community-led interventions. So if that is the way, if that is available, then this is an opportunity as well for communities and civil society organizations to be the ones starting integration of One Health into TB, HIV, and malaria interventions that is led and implemented by communities. So at least in the context of the Philippines, I see those as opportunities for where we can really highlight the need for integration, not just among the 3 diseases, but also a more holistic approach like One Health. I'm just hoping that the Department of Health does not insist on being our PR, because that's currently the debate going on in the Philippines. The Department of Health is insisting that they be the PR, which really drastically limits the engagement of communities and civil society in the implementation of GC8.
Thank you, Mara, Kim, and Chandra. Round of applause for our panelists. Flavi, were you raising your hand? A quick one, because I got cued by Jeff. But of course, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. It raised me some questions, some comments that I think we need to, when I go back to the One Health perspective, so I heard the gaps, the threats that are quite common, and it's raising me many. So, for example, if I come to you mentioned the thing that when you have flooding, then you have leptospirosis, and then so it's very interesting. But then come back to the question of prevention. I mean, instead of putting the money on fighting, we know that leptospirosis will arrive. I mean, so it's all the point of PREZODE. It's what we should think as well, and putting some economic case, showing people who take decision and pay for this, that investing in prevention, in fact, it's most of the time is cheaper, even if than reacting, and that we know that every time you will have a flooding, you will have this consequence. So investing in prevention and preventing leptospirosis, I don't say it's easy, but it should be a priority, in fact, this type of thing. So, and it's what in PREZODE we are really trying to, and trying maybe to see opportunity where they are, because I'm saying that in many meetings, but often we focus a lot, and I said that in ASEAN and Vietnam, we focus a lot on what's not working, on all the threat and so. But I reached to you because I heard about this tuk-tuk community, and I say, wow, that's so great. And I think it's where we should as well put our focus on looking on what's working. And not duplicate, but understanding first, why is it working? What's the mechanism behind allow us to make it work? And then that could be duplicate or adapted and so, but sometimes we focus so much on what's not working and forget about what's already working. And when we go to, there is 2 points. One thing that you mentioned, and which was amazing me in ASEAN as well, is that this idea of there is activity, things are ongoing at a high level, bringing ministry together in Vietnam and so, and what came to the discussion in ASEAN in the 4 provinces, in Philippines and in Vietnam, in that, okay, that's great, but what will be really helpful is that we have something more local, mechanisms locally that help us to discuss at AGU level. And it was that I was in Philippines last week, and it was a strong demand, but really like, okay, but we want something more practical at local level where the different departments or whatever are there and talking. So that it's as well. And sometimes, yes, come back from the top, but then showing some model, some One Health model at local levels that could work. And my last point, I will raise a bit, not a red flag, but I will be careful about when you talk about integration. One Health, for me, it's not so much a matter of integration. I don't think we should put One Health everywhere, from my point of view. One Health shouldn't, there is things that are working in silo and are working very well. So, but what we should, I think there is, and it's as well, for me, it's an opportunity. It's more thinking about how we could organize or create mechanisms that, so I don't know, through education, having some One Health champion that's really then are posted in different organizations or ministry, and that understand what is One Health. I've been raised, milked under One Health, and they know what they talk to, but they have the possibilities and opportunity to bring people together, organizing mechanisms for people to share information, to design things, to be here when you build something, to be around the same table, having the sectors. And then after you have activities that can belong to sectorial things. But so I will be careful on trying to put too much integration and more trying to make, and it's a part of the budget. And this as well, for me, it's always the issue. When you say, okay, who is going to pay? And it's coming so much in the discussion, but this is where we should, for example, bring some case on saying this is working and you need to have a dedicated budget. In fact, you shouldn't see like who is going to pay. You need to convince decision maker, government, that you need to have a dedicated budget and not asking a budget from Ministry of Health, because it's never going to work. I don't think it's going to work. Because who is paying will take the ownership of what is done. And that after, for communication sharing, so if you have a dedicated budget, only for this, for integration, for sharing information, for mechanisms, and so for helping having one health champion. This is more easy to work than, okay, I take a little bit of budget of that. No, you need to have a dedicated budget for that. I don't know.
Thanks, Flavi. Nobody is asking me, but to me, what are the opportunities that are so obvious in my head? And the silver lining are the civil society that are on the ground who have applied consistent principles in the work that they do and are now in dialogue and discussion together in this One Health movement. Dialogues like this, where we discover instead of doing trial and error, maybe removing more of the error and being able to put our heads together to see how we move forward. So I think that's a good start. There definitely would be a lot of challenges in terms of integrating in the way that it works, in the way that it works, in the way that it's needed, in the way that would serve the communities on the ground. There will be a lot of challenges together with other challenges in this upcoming Global Fund grant cycle, but we are wide awake, our eyes are wide open, and the way that we do tackle other issues, we would still continue to find solutions. So with that, thank you again very much to the panelists. Round of applause, everyone. Over to you, Jeff.
Thank you so much, RD. Thank you to the panelists. We will now break for lunch. So for those online, maybe let's give ourselves an hour, yeah, for lunch break. So we will come back. It's 12:43 p.m. Bangkok time on my clock. So we'll come back. Let's come back at 1:45 p.m. Yeah. Yeah. Also for those online, as we await for our next speaker, which will be connecting online as well anyway. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for those online. The channel will remain open. So please do eat some. See
Have
you
a
in
good
an hour.
lunch.
We're good. Let's just wait for Flavia. Ayan siya, si David. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. To those who are here in person, I hope you had a good lunch. It was a really nice lunch. Welcome to Thailand. It's like a welcome to Thailand lunch. And for those who are connecting online and still are online, I hope you had a good break, whichever time zone you are. Welcome back to our afternoon session. I'm so happy that we still see quite a number of people staying online. So that's a good sign that the event is going well, and also that the discussions are becoming more complex and difficult and challenging in terms of finding ways and opportunities on how we move forward with not only in engaging in the current disease responses where we are already engaged in, but also in the context of One Health, no? And I'd like to start this afternoon session with what Flavi said before we break for lunch. We need to be careful and cautious when we talk about integration, because there are and there may be responses that are already working well, and we need to identify and recognize those responses that are working well before we move towards integrating these responses, because that might dilute, that might jeopardize, that might even make some of these responses ineffective if we integrate. But at the same time, we are also being faced in a context wherein not only that the international and the multinational funding is becoming limited, or international funding is being limited, but at the same time, governments are being positioned to become more self-reliant and become more sustainable. That poses a challenge to the systems for health, not just for the health system, but also for the community systems that we are advocating and we are setting up as an infrastructure in itself. Because these questions around integration, around whether it will be a developmental approach to health response, whether it's a One Health approach to health response, what would be the most appropriate approach that would work in different countries, understanding that there are different contexts that need to be acknowledged as well. No? This afternoon, we will focus to a particular funding mechanism, which is the Global Fund Grant Cycle 8. Some of us are already involved in this and are already preparing for the incoming funding request process. And we are very glad that for this afternoon session, we have David Lawrence connecting online, who's the senior advisor for the RSSH and PPR team. I'm not sure, David, if this is still your. I know that you're having an internal reorganizing within the Global Fund. It's very nice to see you, and thank you for your continued support to APCASO, for engaging with us, no, since COPPER, since the community engagement, pandemic preparedness and response, and now interlinking it with One Health. Thank you for being with us, supporting on this. The floor is yours in terms of looking at how do we integrate, or what are the pathways within the Global Fund and within the funding request process that we can leverage in including One Health interventions, or already at least acknowledging some of and recognizing some of the One Health interventions as we move forward to GC8 and GC9, which is the last funding cycle as per the allocation letters are mentioned. So without further ado, David, over to you.
Thanks so much, Jeff, and good morning. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I can't be there in person. So thanks, Jeff. I think you're going to bring up the slides.
Yeah.
So my name is Dave Lawrence. I've been working with Jeff, the APCASO team, and with colleagues from our Community Rights and Gender department, including until recently Olive and Rain, who are unfortunately no longer with us. I want to mention that Anna Mawson from the CRG department is hoping to join us this morning as well. Although she is fair to say she's had some logistics issues en route to the office. So hopefully she'll come online momentarily. But Jeff, as you said, we're very happy to continue the collaboration around ways in which communities are engaging and supporting pandemic preparedness and response, and within that, One Health. And we appreciate the kind of the very forward-leaning thought and leadership that APCASO's and many others are providing here. So thank you for the invitation here to this session. And I want to say that two things. One is we have, in developing the few slides that we'll be sharing this morning, several of them we're going to start off with some kind of broader GC8 focused slides on strategic shifts. And these are going to be fairly high level. These have been, suffice it to say, developed broadly from across the Global Fund Secretariat. And some of you may have seen these before. They may be new to others, but there's a lot to unpack in them that we may not have the full time for in this session. And then the second part of the presentation is going to focus on some content that I think some of you will also be familiar with, which is more about GC7, which of course we're still in today, and kind of providing a more programmatic lens on this question of mapping community-led One Health interventions for prevention. So without further ado, Jeff, if you could go to the next. Okay, so the strategic shifts that Global Fund is communicating on broadly in this moment. First and foremost is focusing on a rigorous prioritization of Global Fund investments. Now this isn't new, of course. Rigorous prioritization has been a constant theme, but as Jeff emphasized in his opening remarks, that of course everything's getting tighter around the world, and so the prioritization focusing on evidence-based interventions, maximizing impact on HIV, TB, malaria, has never been more important for communities, for countries, and that again includes a number of common themes. So it's thinking about the specific program interventions that are based on not only effectiveness, but the latest epidemiologic data as those change over time, making hard choices about reducing and eliminating lower impact interventions, and we're adding and scaling new innovations in disease management as they come up, as countries adopt them, et cetera, and then simplifying program delivery and reducing program management costs. And I think you were clearly focusing earlier, Jeff, on integration, and I think that whether integration means simplification or greater complexity depends quite a bit, as you were alluding in on the specific model and the specific context. So there's a lot there to unpack, and we're not going to be. This isn't a fully focused this presentation on integration, but we could certainly discuss with many colleagues who are part of those work streams how to bring that type of information to the audience in the future. Next slide, please. So the full focus of GC8 remains on accelerating integration of HIV, TB, malaria for the purposes of improving health outcomes. And this means a lot of different things. And again, we're not going to, this is high level, but it's certainly inclusive of integrated service delivery on the one hand, and integration of health systems, particularly the core health systems that are enabling delivery of HIV, TB, malaria within primary healthcare settings. Next slide. And then this slide, and this is one that I know Anna is hoping to be with us to discuss, and hopefully we'll be able to join. It's a complex slide that the CRG department has developed to help countries think about these things when they're looking to strengthen integration and financing of community systems in particular. So similar themes in terms of country contexts, the epidemiology, and the economic setting. and then really being systematic and thinking about these 4 pillars: readiness, integration, resilience, and protection. And where essentially within the pillars, you'll see at the bottom some differentiation based on the health economic status of various countries, and shifting from accelerating integration of community services into formal health systems under readiness, and progressing through towards the resilience, fast track social contracting of community and civil society organizations, and context specific interventions, and where protection, with focusing on key populations across all contexts, supporting physical, legal, and operational safety of community organizations to safeguard delivery of HIV, TB, malaria services, including through the Rapid Community Protection Fund, is one of the core pillars. So that's kind of the broad context, and that's really a snapshot. We pulled this from there's a lot of content that's been developed on this, and this is really just trying to cover some of the key points in terms of the broader strategic context for a discussion on mapping, One Health in thinking about mapping One Health and community prevention in GC8. So to do that, Jeff, if you want to go to the next slide, we're going to go back to some slides that some of you have seen before, but as we are still in GC7, and as GC7 kind of sets the tone for GC8, as folks know, there's within the cycle to cycle, there are changes that are being made, of course, but there's quite a bit of continuity. So as we've reflected on GC7 investments supporting HIV, TB, malaria goals, health systems resilience, and pandemic prevention and preparedness, which is really the starting point for Global Fund thinking about One Health. We are a health fund, and we are deliberate about thinking about One Health. It's in our strategy, as folks know. But we're doing that through health sector levers, in particular, multi-sectoral where possible, but health sector levers primarily. So first and foremost, when we think about the large investments in RSSH and PPR and GC7, inclusive of C19RM, we see that there have been clear contributions to HIV, TB, malaria, as well as PPR and One Health. And there are many country examples of this that have been reported on, that many of you have seen, probably contributed to. And secondly, I think what has been exciting in GC7 is the more deliberate focus on system maturity building and sustainability that we've seen across the various health systems domains, and that I think we've been we're continuing to refine those maturity frameworks and to look to use them with even greater effect in GC8. And then this last point I think bears noting, which is that in GC7 there has been quite a bit of investment in infrastructure for health systems, inclusive of health product management systems and lab systems, oxygen, and where we understand that there's going to be a shift away from those capital expenditures towards operational expenditures that are lower cost, and many of which will be taken up by countries. So Jeff, if you want to go to the next slide. Okay, so just to recap, so as we think about, again, through a One Health lens, thinking about our human resources for health and our community health worker programming and the investments that we've helped countries to make, very significant investments in GC7, which are still being implemented as we speak in almost 70 countries. A lot of the investments were made through the core grants, and that was maintained through the GC7 reprioritization last year. You see the focus areas there on the left, and a number of successes that, again, these are just illustrative, but the integration of health services through polyvalent community health worker cadres. We've seen that many countries have used global fund investments to advance their community health programs in those ways. Developing more robust costed strategies, community-led strategies, such as in Burkina Faso. And then again, assessing the community health worker system maturity in a number of countries, which has been pivotal in harnessing not only Global Fund, but many other domestic and donor resources to fill gaps and to progress those platforms. Next slide. On CSS specifically, again, significant investments in almost 100 countries, a bit of a mix between GC7 and C19RM, and where I think some of the key successes that many folks in the audience will be aware of are involve the integrated community-led monitoring mechanisms, which have reduced shortages and stockouts in many countries. And again, I won't go through all these examples here. I think folks have probably are quite familiar with a number of these CLM focused, and some specific examples where health product shortages and stockouts have been reduced in important ways. Next slide. For lab systems, similarly, we've seen big investments, 90 countries. A lot of the investment was through C19RM, and I think we're very cognizant of that, and we expect that in GC8 there's going to be more pressure. Again, some of that was on capital expenditures, on infrastructure, but the recurrent operational costs and the continued scale up of many of these investments are going to continue to be important, focusing on lab-based surveillance at the top, including genomic sequencing and wastewater surveillance that has clear links to One Health. Shifting from commodity procurement and doing that in more integrated ways, with a number of great country examples that are cited here, and continued focus on the laboratory maturity model and laboratory leadership training, which includes dimensions of One Health consistently. Next slide. So for surveillance systems, again, this is where we see even higher percentages coming from C19RM. I think the integration focus here we're seeing consistently has been particularly important as countries focus on surveillance more holistically, which is to say, thinking about disease-specific surveillance alongside surveillance for notifiable diseases and epidemic-prone diseases. We're seeing that in GC7, take form in the way that countries are thinking about advancing their data architecture and their digital architecture, oftentimes optimizing common platforms for reporting of indicator-based surveillance, and or using those platforms for reporting of event-based surveillance. But clearly in this area, we see a lot of very direct relevance to One Health. Again, whether it's the strategies down at the bottom that we saw communities engage directly with to great effect under the copper CMLI, notably the JEE, the NAPS, etc., the deployment of the 717 timeliness metrics, and again, where all of these are ways in which One Health strategies and approaches are being strengthened. And then, in many of the examples, the country examples on the right, again, these, we're not always talking about these as being of and about One Health, but certainly almost in all of these examples, there are very, very powerful kind of One Health elements that are meaningful to countries, and that global fund investments have contributed to alongside other domestic and external donor sources. Next slide. So health information systems, and again, this is above and beyond the digital investments through surveillance. You can see close to 150 million per year through GC7, and that's really primarily through the core grants. And I think increasingly we're seeing countries focus on health information exchange, on interoperability layers that are enabling supporting and strengthening an array of health information systems from community level through facilities, different types, the patient level longitudinal platforms, as well as aggregate reporting, and focusing more on the enabling of analytics, some focusing on predictive forecasting, but analytics that are available to different end users, whether it be a malaria program or a national public health institute that is looking at notifiable diseases more broadly. And as we'll look at in a minute, where that focus is really more fully on One Health, crossing over from health to other sectors that are critical to prevention of epidemics and pandemics. Next slide. Okay, so we wanted to turn this to, again, like for One Health at the Global Fund. We know that it always comes down to governance, country governance, and how Global Fund partners at country level are engaging One Health. And we have seen changes through C19RM in particular in terms of the engagement, whether formally as subrecipients or as implementation partners at country level, but a number of the institutions that provide the primary governance on One Health, across sectors and across all levels, from community all the way across. We've seen greater engagement with those entities. Next slide, Jeff. And this is just an example from Zambia. The Zambia National Public Health Institute is sort of the lead governing agency around One Health, as you can see here under the DG's office. They are co-chairing the steering committee in ZMPHI, and in Zambia rather, for One Health. And so as we've used this as an example of how community organizations are thinking about engaging the governance institutions, not only here, but where that public sector engagement around the plan, the strategy, and the operational priorities is really important, and how that can be done in some settings in a more central way. In other settings, it can be a more, let's say, diffuse leadership that requires a more complex engagement, to be at the table as the assessments are happening, as the plans are being discussed and operational priorities are being defined, et cetera, including around funded mandates in One Health. And this is certainly continues to be relevant as we go into GC8 and we think about the planning priorities that are going to be at stake in the coming months. Next slide. We've in previous conversations focused quite a bit on successful examples of community engagement in the JEEs. For many countries, these are the principal basis for One Health planning. like the substantive assessments translating into a strategic plan. And these continue to be relevant reference points for Global Fund for funding requests, and for understanding the strategic and the operational priorities that countries have and communities have in One Health, and thinking about the ways in which Global Fund investments can support. Next slide. And then, as we get more into the operational roles, we've talked previously about, the community health programs and how these, this focus on 717 and early action reviews. Increasingly, we're seeing community actors seen as principal in the pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response efforts, inclusive of One Health. Obviously, community health programs are mirrored in other sectors by community cadres that are oftentimes interacting at community level, whether that be animal sectors, for example. And all of these things, in principle, come together in very fluid and effective ways at community level. And so again, in GC8, the thinking through of how the investments that can be made in community health worker programs are manifesting in these kind of more integrated and One Health focused models at country level is going to continue to be really important. Next slide. Okay, you could just tap through that, and this is just another graphic, Jeff. I think this is the last slide. Just really emphasizing the when we look at community event-based surveillance models that are being developed in country after country, and the signals that are being focused on, and the training that's happening, that's being provided by community stakeholders and by the volunteers themselves. These, in country after country, you're seeing One Health as a principle that's reflected in those signals, in those models. And so the models that we're supporting, again, we oftentimes are not speaking them explicitly as about One Health, but they very much are when we look at them, because those are the lived realities that countries are facing, and the lived reality of the actors at community level and the community-based surveillance models and volunteers. So I think that is the last slide. So thank you all for your attention. And I want to just looking to see if, Anna is here. Great. Anna, I'm going to stop there, Jeff. And before we go back to you, Jeff, maybe I could just ask Anna if there's anything that she wanted to add in before we open it up. Anna, please come in.
Thanks. Good afternoon all. Sorry, also I can't be there in person. I think David's done a great job of covering all of our topics. But as you can see, for GC8, the community systems is a really important shift to continue investment in community systems. And that builds on the important work that's happened through GC7 and through the C19RM and financing. The integration agenda, of course, is a really important one, and work that you've already been doing as part of the PPR piece. So it fits nicely, while it might not always come out so clearly as a priority, the PPR work for GC8. It is very much part and parcel of ensuring really clear and well integrated community systems and at the primary care level. So continue, please, you can prioritize and continue the work that you have been working so hard on over the last few years. And that's all I'll add, but happy to help answer questions.
Thank you so much, David and Anna, and thanks again for joining us in our event today. May I now open the floor for questions and comments, both online and in person? If I can begin, it's really nice to see David, and thank you for highlighting the various, I would say, the outcomes already of GC7. No, we already see such development, especially from the health system strengthening aspect of it, and to an extent, of course, the community system strengthening with regards to establishing the prevention infrastructure, at least in some aspects of the work, focusing on HIV, TB, and malaria. The strengthening of some of the civil society organizations and communities, particularly looking at the community engagement in pandemic preparedness and response. I think that has really shifted the focus from vertical programs and siloed approach to a more integrated one, looking at the pandemic preparedness and response as a lens, no, in tackling health issues and health emergencies in particular. There is also it's also good to recognize that at least through the C19RM, it has really front-loaded a lot of not only financial support but technical support as well. Looking at the examples in the African region based on based on David's presentation, and to some aspect also we've seen that in our copper project in particular, how the electronic dashboards in Indonesia, for instance, and the engagement of our partners in the Philippines and also in Cambodia in terms of really building the platforms for pandemic prevention and response. I think the big question now is you have this many successes and outcomes from GC7, and moving into Grand Cycle 8, we have relatively little space to integrate. And when you said, Anna, when you said about prioritizing for civil society organizations, that means making sure that it is integrated in some ways, because otherwise these interventions will fall into the cracks because they are not prioritized, they are not integrated. And it will be very difficult and challenging, not only for for the governments, but most especially for civil society organizations, and how we interlink and integrate some of these responses together, to be able for them to be prioritized before they can even make it into the grants. No, that's just one reflection from my end. So maybe others would want to ask questions, share their reflections or comments. A lot to take. Those joining online, anyone? Yes, Chandra, go ahead. Please introduce your name, your organization. Yeah.
Okay. Hi. Hi. Good afternoon, David. Can you hear my voice? Okay. My name is Chandra Muhammad. I came from Indonesia, from Indonesian Positive Network. So Indonesian Positive Network, or GIP, Jaringan Indonesia Positive, is a network for people living with HIV. So I have questions, just thinking about the integrations. Regarding your presentations, talking about the integrations. What is the definition integrations from the Global Fund actually is, for example, let me give a concrete example. For community-led monitoring in Indonesia, especially, we're facing a difficult situations because of integrations of CLM. Because in every disease we have a specific tools for get feedback from the communities, right? So if we are facing for the global GC8 for integrations, is the integration we have to integrate the system into one system, or maybe for HIV and TB and malaria, do your CLM, then you can sit together, then you can sharing the information and making a decision together. That is integration as well. So what is the point of view from the Global Fund? Thank you.
Thanks so much for the question. I'm going to ask Anna. I think Anna, you probably want to come in on that one. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you. That's a really great question. So I think first and foremost, integration should happen where it makes sense. We're not advising countries or advocating that integration should happen everywhere for everything. So first, that's the key principle to keep in mind, particularly for CLM, where you've got well-working, mature CLM programs. We are really prioritizing continued investment in that. Where it makes sense, if there is integration already happening for some of the CLM work, and the CLM that's been happening for PPR is a good example already of integration, then keep doing that. But integration could also mean, are we really linking that data back to the feedback with the health facilities or the lower part of your health system to make sure there's a good quality of care? That's also integration. So it's really about trying to reinforce, particularly for GC8, around quality of care aspects, as well as the accountability and advocacy work that CLM has played such an important part on. So I think if you've got a CLM program, it's working really well. There isn't much need to change that for GC8. But if you think there are opportunities where you can link better HIV and TB, or the country is making a decision around how to more formally integrate CLM as part of the health system, there are all the opportunities that GC8 can help support that transition. Is that helpful?
Yeah, thank you. Clear.
Any other questions from the floor or online? Yes, please.
Thank you so much. It's not a question, but it's more sharing, because CSO platform we had conducted several discussions with CSO working under RIE 4E grant, which is the CSO focused on malaria, with 5 countries, and we talk a lot about integration. We just want to share like the findings that, like in summary, what we found. That I agree that integration is really contextualized, depends on the country context. And within the country, even in province implementation areas, each area, they have totally different context. So I think it's also reflect back that the question, like what is the integration that we want to see, like the opportunity is so different, is so diverse. So I think that's the reality. Like it's really difficult to pile up all of them and present in one intervention or to something like that. But I think that's something we have to accept that. But my question may be like to present in funding request as in the national level or in regional level, like how should we present that? And maybe you can give recommendation like what we should focus and how we should frame that in the national and regional level. Thank you.
Let's also take Owain's hand up. Owain, go ahead, and then we'll come back to you, David and Anna.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Thank you so much, David and Anna. My name is Owain. I'm from Vietnam. We work with the Global Fund on HIV and TB, and our GC8, the funding is significantly reduced. So, and GC8 would be the last round of funding for HIV for Vietnam. So we know that when the funding is reduced, their priority usually, and I mean, we are at the very beginning of the proposal development, but the funding will usually be given to commodity and other things other than community system strengthening or anything like One Health activities. So my question, our approach is that since we have a community system in place already for HIV and TB in the GCS, we was hoping to expand the scope of the community to work more on health since we have the system in place already. In our consultation with the community, they said they would need some training so that they know more about One Health, some tools so that they can work with their community about One Health. On these, we need resources. So is there any way that we can use the resources from the Global Fund in our program to develop this kind of activity? Because in my 15 years experience, 20 years experience with the Global Fund, I am aware that sometimes the policy in Geneva may not be translated in the review when the LFA or the country team look at the funding request. So how can we be sure that the One Health activities, the integration of One Health activity would pass the review and not, of course, it have to make sense, but sometimes they, that is not important, and you shouldn't do that. You should focus more. You should stay focused, etc. So just is there any way that you can make sure that these things will not be throw away in a way when so review is being made? Thank you.
Thanks, Juan. Over to you, David and Anna.
Thanks so much for the excellent questions. Anna, maybe I could take a first shot at the second, and then you could speak to the first comment question on broader integration. Is that okay? So thanks. On the question regarding how to approach the sort of design of funding request proposals that will enable strengthening of One Health capacities and do so in ways that are, let's say, likely to be successful in the both in the country dialogue as well as the what actually comes forward from the countries that is reviewed both here at the Global Fund Secretariat and by obviously the country teams and by the TRP, et cetera. Some thoughts are, and again, I think first of all that some of the intuitions just to recap what's already been said, but the socializing of the priorities at country level is going to be the most important thing. Having really, ensuring that the key actors who are part of this, within the CCM and beyond, who are a part of the development of the funding request and that final submission, that they are truly understanding of how various investments, say in community system strengthening, in community health programming, are foundationally relevant to HIV, TB, malaria, and to broader efforts to ensure that health systems are resilient, and where in doing so, there are benefits that extend to pandemic preparedness and response and One Health. So I think oftentimes it's about tactical choices and framing, and kind of what you lead with, perhaps, and I think being nuanced about that, and really focusing on the fundamental capacities that are being intended to strengthen, and where One Health may not be oftentimes what you want to lead with, but tactically it can be it can be fundamental to what is being supported. So examples, again, like many of the examples that we've seen in GC7 and C19RM, if you're focusing on community health programming, that is about strengthening cadres and strengthening based on training curricula that are holistic and inclusive of HIV, TB, malaria, and broader One Health principles, then the strengthening of One Health capacities can be gotten at, but done in a way where, again, the primary inputs are going to be, if you will, viewed as reasonable and appropriate to the current strategic shifts that we started with in GC8. So I would say, some of this it's about kind of tactical choices and communication strategies. But I would go back to the first point about just ensuring that the country capacities that are being focused on are socialized and well understood by the principal actors, and so that as the proposal is developed, there's an appreciation for what the health systems and the community systems objectives are. And again, some of the wording, I think there have to be some important considerations for the way things are framed. And I know that can be tricky, but I think it can also be really critical to the success of these things and whether they get flagged by different folks along the way and as seen as primary to a GC8 application or less so. So I will stop there. Anna, if you want to come in on either that one or the first question, over to you.
Thank you. And I think maybe just to also carry on a bit on the second one, that's why community system strengthening and the community systems and financing is a really important part of GC8, particularly in countries that will be transitioning financing. I know Vietnam has now been, is one of those countries. So the Global Fund will be looking to ensure that the country is really taking strong consideration of the community systems, the civil society role in the service delivery and as part of the system, as part of that. In those grants that are moving towards transition, there should be less focus on commodities because that is an expectation that the co-financing will pick that up. So, and Vietnam, for example, will be eligible for a matching fund for social contracting. And I know it's really, there's a lot of challenges and complexity, particularly in Vietnam for civil society organizations and moving that, but that's a commitment from the Global Fund to them to say, we're taking community systems financing really strongly as part of GC8, and it needs to be a really considered part of transition. So I hope that gives you some scope. And I think the way your country is best, so the way that you think moving forward, the integration of programming works best in your country context, then do that. But also we can't lose the very specific elements that have come from the communities and from our community systems pieces that are really important for our key and vulnerable populations. So it's finding that balance. And I know these conversations will be really challenging as financing reduces and there's transition on the horizon. But again, that's why the GC8 community systems piece is really important. And I think also the earlier question on RAI and broader integration, again, I think malaria is a really good example of it's largely well integrated as part of that. So how do you continue to think about the sustainability of the programs, what makes sense in the context, but also noting that for malaria, when you're working in the elimination setting, you really need to hold on to some of those expertise skills to be able to respond when outbreaks do occur. And I think One Health is a really important package because it brings all of these together. So that continues to be why it's a priority.
Thank you so much, Anna. And I'd like to pick up on what you said that at least for the grant cycle 8, it will focus less on the commodities and more on this, in a way, structural quote unquote reform of the health system. I'd like to connect that with what Nina's asking through chat. Nina's wondering how you handle different One Health governance. So looking at the governance aspect, the governance structure aspect of it, in this particular context wherein Global Fund's main partners is the Ministry of Health, underlining that some countries who are already positioned for transition are developing their own sustainability and transition plans. At the moment, the stakeholders that are involved in those transition plans are those who are currently engaged in the Global Fund, HIV, TB, malaria, but not One Health. One Health focal points, One Health coordination mechanism, not climate. How does the Global Fund facilitate that in making sure that the sustainability and transition plan is as inclusive as it should be and that we make use of the available funding that we have for GC8? And
I can take a stab at that, Anna. And it's a really tricky question, and I want to be honest about that. There are no easy answers here. So I think as we've all would agree, and as Nina points out, like One Health governance means something different in almost every country. It looks different. In some cases, I gave in the Zambia example, it's a bit more straightforward. There's a One Health steering committee, and community actors are represented in that body, and thus all of the planning and coordination that happens is fairly well structured across, again, the multi-sectoral as well as the multi-level dimensions of One Health. But that's in many countries we don't see it quite that straight. It's not quite that structured and not quite that visible. And so the sort of engagement by definition needs to be a bit more multifaceted. From a global fund standpoint, we're a health fund. We fund in the health sector, and some of the activities that we do, we can fund. Like if you look at the RSSH modules, in health sector governance, for example, we can countries can choose to support policy development or development of strategies that address cross-sectoral issues, and those can be about One Health. It's a tricky issue, because if you lead strongly with One Health, even though it's in our strategy, it's also likely to be the case that it's going to be responded to in a certain way. If the framing is more sort of fundamental, more organic, more focusing on the community systems and the health systems, and the relevance to HIV, TB, and malaria goals and objectives as defined by the countries based on their strategies and their plans, I think it's going to be easier. We engage with. There are many examples where the activities that we're supporting fundamentally involve actors from other sectors, and could be animal, could be environment, climate. Oftentimes it has to do with the specific types of collaboration. Like, for example, we think about predictive forecasting for climate sensitive early warning systems, climate informed early warning systems, and that would include malaria. But it also includes sourcing of climate and weather data, along with the disease specific, the pathogen specific data. So fundamentally, that's a One Health activity. We may not speak of it as primarily about One Health, but we've seen that in a number of countries, both in the grant funding as well as some of the TA that's been provided to support countries to do that. So again, I think when it comes right down to, a lot of it has to do with, Jeff, the way that countries are talking about these things and the way that those manifest in global fund kind of applications, funding requests, plans, etc. But I think there are ways, again, that you can engage the One Health actors, through our grants and through our TA. But it does take kind of a thoughtfulness that is informed by what the Global Fund partnership is primarily about. So I think that's just a reality. And anything else you'd want to say on that?
I think you got it all, Dave.
Thank you so much, Dave and Anna. Once again, thank you for joining us in this conversation. I understand that this is a very challenging discussion, but insightful at the same time, because we begin now to see the gaps that we still need to make sure at least we cover in the process of the funding request. At the same time, making sure that this integration really works for us. I mean, I'm speaking as someone who is coming from civil society and from the communities also who is affected and living by diseases. No, we need to see that this integration, like what Anna and David said earlier, we need to find ways on how integration works for us. It's not just about picking and selecting. No, this is not like a buffet menu wherein you have all the different available dishes and you just select how you feel about that particular day. It's making sure that you feel satiated, and your more long-term expectations and outcomes is secured, not just for that particular day, but for a long time. No, at the same time, the structural development also needs to be taken into consideration, because while the Global Fund operates in very specific diseases, structure-wise, it wanted to, and as much as it wanted to for the government to support moving into a more integrated health response, the entire ecosystem of the health response is so complex. It's not just looking at these specific diseases. It's not even looking at just one health per se. It's looking at many diseases in several development stages of a life. And we need to take that into consideration. No? So very challenging yet very insightful conversation. Let's continue this. And I hope that your lines will continue to be open, David and Anna, for APCASO, for PREZODE, CIRAD, and all the partners who are here. So once again, thank you so much for joining today. Feel free to just stay as well as we move closer towards the end of the day. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Anna and David again. Thank you. The next presentation, in a way, is a response, at least APCASO's response to, the Global Fund funding request process. What I will present next is what APCASO is doing as far as engaging in the Grant Cycle 8 is concerned. No, Grant Cycle 8 or GC8 funding request process is concerned. Earlier this year, no, when we started to prepare for GC8 engagement, we developed our strategy focusing in 3 areas. The first is we need to make sure that, and some of us know that there are already existing learning hubs in place. The Global Fund has really been rigorous in terms of sharing information online about the upcoming funding request. As APCASO, as a civil society network organization, we need to make sure that our focal points in 17 countries, as well as our partners, emerging ones and current ones, are informed about what GC8 is about. And how do we engage in this particular process? There are so many new areas and phases in this process. Most of them are fast-paced, and we need to really keep up with the information. So our first focus really is on that. The second is looking beyond HIV, TB, and malaria. We need to make sure that our engagement is more cross-sectoral, that we continue to facilitate harnessing that convening power that APCASO has been conducting ever since, to make sure that we take into consideration not just the individual issues and priorities of the populations that we serve, but also making sure that they also intersect with each other, so that we can build a more comprehensive, but at the same time, more mainstreamed set of priority issues as we engage in the funding request process, and also as we support our country focal points at the country level. The third is, hopefully, because of the first two, and through the first two strategy focus, we will continue to at least facilitate and consolidate different forms of assistance. May it be through convening, may it be through technical assistance, if there will be available, to support national level GC8 related activities that are being led by civil society and community-led organizations. We know that during this GC8 process, the funding for technical assistance has been really small, and access to it has been so slow as well. So as APCASO, it is our responsibility and mandate also to make sure that there will be forms of assistance that will be accessible to our civil society focal points and partners. So to be able to do this, just going deep into the 3 focused areas, the first one, we established this partnership info center. So if you would like to receive a more curated, civil society focused, community focused information about GC8, I'm posting this online. This is via WhatsApp. So we usually share, curated means not only coming from us, but also coming from the partners, from the learning hubs, from other partners who are developing their own information sheets and technical guidance. But this is really focused on and built by civil society organizations and communities. It's also meant to be a crowdsourcing platform. So anyone who is part of this, we currently have 31 should I say, subscribers or participants from this WhatsApp. So anyone who has information at the country level are free also to share their information through WhatsApp. One of the, at least so far, one of the biggest ways of this, of how this is utilized, is when the allocation letters have been received by the countries. So through the WhatsApp, we were able to see the different allocation letters, how they look like, how much is the funding. And this is also how we were able to identify that some of the countries will have their last HIV or TB or malaria response grants will be within the GC8, or some of them will be from some of them will cover until grant cycle 9. So it's through this WhatsApp wherein we were able to share information. The second one, which is focusing on the cross-sectoral, cross-issue advocacy effort. So APCASO will be developing a number of guides and tools to support each other and to support our partners as well. These are meant to be not in parallel, but more complementary to what's already available. So we are expecting technical guidance to be coming from the Global Fund, and there will be a number of community translated technical guidance that will be developed by some other partners as well. What we will be focusing on is more of the how-to series. How can civil society organizations, how can community focal points participate in the different stages of the funding request? How can our partners integrate One Health, for example, and pandemic into the ongoing funding request process? How can they prioritize gender justice and sexual rights? How can they integrate TB priorities? So we're really focusing more on the how-to rather than the what is. So that's going to be part of this integration how-to series that we will be developing. So One Health will be included in those set of how-to materials. The second, of which RJ will present after this, will be the network and intervention mapping tool. Part of expanding our understanding of One Health is to really identify what are the different civil society and community-led One Health interventions that are already working out there. And we already, in a way, initiated this through this event today. We will develop that further as a tool, and this tool we plan to roll out to a number of countries after this event. Hopefully, the results will be available in time so that we can use the results of the tool as we implement the how-to as part of our engagement in the Global Fund Grant Cycle 8 funding request process. We will also develop, and this is the third point, a separate One Health information note. Currently, the Global Fund doesn't have any information note specific to One Health, even if they have a specific module on One Health and pandemic preparedness and response. I put it in one of the earlier slides, but David was already able to cover it earlier. One Health is part of the Global Fund strategy's priority, but there's no specific information note on One Health or how to integrate. So we will be taking that step ahead to highlight the importance of integrating One Health within the Global Fund funding request process. No, hopefully that would allow us to really work with our One Health partners to make sure that they're part of the integrated stakeholder dialogue and part of the inclusion of the prioritization of One Health priority interventions at the country level. Last but not the least, there will be a costing tool that will be developed. This will be coming from our partners who are working in the TB sector with the TB civil society and communities affected by TB. They will be developing a costing tool, and with the support of one of our projects under the Global Fund supported TB Community Engagement Strategic Initiative, they will be developing this costing tool. This is also part of our efforts to make sure that our communities are informed. Yep. The third focus area will focus on the assistance. So far, the level of assistance that we have been convening are related to convening meetings and events. We have focusing on different priorities. The first one was during the check-in workshop of our Regional Gender Justice and Sexual Rights Initiative. We had a session there in the Global Fund, and we shared also and strategized how we can engage in the Global Fund funding request process for GC8. The second is this event, wherein we had already, as you just heard earlier, no, and have been discussing since this morning. How do we include and integrate the priorities related to One Health in the GC8 process? We also have other plans for convenings and events, so we will inform you of that very soon. So just to end with this slide again, if you'd like to get in touch through WhatsApp, please do scan already the QR code that you see on the screen. And please reach out to me as well. This is my email address, especially those who are joining online. Please do have a screenshot of this or just send me an email so that we can continue to engage with you and that you can also participate in some of the work that are ongoing related to GCA. Yeah. Any questions and comments? Yes, Flavi, go ahead.
I have a question about your One Health note.
Yeah.
How do you see that, the format? And because I have some difficulty to understand for who it will be proposed. So because I don't know for who, it's difficult for me to see the format.
Yeah. So for the One Health information note, we will follow the same format as the other guidance note. I mean, granted, it will not be as comprehensive because the guidance notes that the Global Fund developed has undergone so many stages of consultations. We will use what's already available, in particular, the results of the mapping tool, for instance, the outcomes of this particular meeting, to at least identify a set of priorities that can be integrated into looking at the resilient and sustainable systems for health, the RSSH module of the Global Fund in particular, so that at least we have that particular specific note that can help. And this is the target audience, civil societies and community organizations who are already part of the funding request process. So this will be for example, the CCM, key affected populations members or representatives of the CCM, so that when they engage in the dialogue, in the integrated dialogue, or if they meet with the writing team, if they have access, or the country teams, they already have something with them to say that these are the priority One Health related interventions coming from this meeting that we've held today, from the results of the mapping, because right now we don't have that document. And our sense is that we are missing the chance to have One Health integrated as part of the priority intervention. At the very least, we have a reference of One Health interventions that we can already put forward as the dialogues will be ongoing soon. Yeah. Any questions and other points? Yes, Mara.
Just the timeline of how soon the guidance note can come out, because we've initiated a consultation. The consultation processes for GC8 has not started.
Yes.
But Achieve, in partnership with HASH and some support from UNAIDS, we are convening key community leaders from TB and HIV to already start the consultation, so we can already consolidate the key asks and priorities of this community for when we engage the formal process of the CCM. And we're doing that towards the last week of April. And whether we already have, would we already be able to
So that means
benefit from this? It's the last weekend of April.
Yeah. Like Karine would always say, the time is yesterday. So we understand that we are really pressed for time. So hopefully in the coming days, we can come up at least with the very rough draft of the interventions. We are just, some sense of the interventions. We, APCASO, of course, really take note, not even take note, no? We really would want to prioritize this document because of the lack of guidance at the moment and reference. Waiting for the guidance notes as well. And the guidance notes as well, to at least from the, there's a particular guidance on pandemic preparedness and response. And also the RSSH module guidance, and we are waiting for it so that we can use that as a platform to already identify what would be the One Health interventions. David's presentation earlier actually already gave us some of the areas that we can focus on. For example, the early warning systems, the laboratory advancements and improvements, those areas coming from C19RM. But without those officially out, it will be we will try as much as possible to have those released. Yes, RD.
No, Jeff, just to add, in our GC8 engagement strategy, the third component of providing assistance, it's not just in convening, but we do have some projects that have allocations, resources for direct assistance during the GC8 process, no? Like for the TBCASI. Yeah. And we were also hoping to be able to work with some technical partners to link our country partners to technical support, but now that is becoming more and more scarce. Okay.
Thank you for reminding me that, RD. All right. One last session before the break. Not just one last session for the day, but I'm very happy that RJ is here with us. I know he's just skipping his other day job just for this specific engagement. So thank you so much, RJ, for joining us this afternoon. We got RJ to develop the One Health intervention and network mapping tool that we will use as part of developing this One Health information note and the how-to guide also. Again, please note that this is a very rough draft of the tool, but we will try after the break to at least answer some of the questions of the tool and see how much we can gather from this meeting. No? But for now, let's listen to RJ and see what the tool looks like, and then we can open the floor for comments before we move to the break. So RJ, over to you. So happy to see you again.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can see the slides. Yeah, I think it's projecting now. And it's good to see a lot of familiar faces. I've seen some familiar faces in person there in Bangkok, and also some of us who are joining online. So for this session, I will be walking you through the rough draft of the One Health intervention and the networking mapping guide. So hopefully, we can also get your insights regarding this guide, and as we continue to improve it. So this will be the outline of the presentation. So we will first discuss why the need for a One Health intervention and networking mapping guide. What are its objectives? What data will it collect, and how it can actually potentially help us in our work? And how do we actually structure the guide? So that will be the outline of our discussion. So probably I'd like to start first with a context. So APCASO has been plays a very critical role in terms of the region, in terms of convening. So we know that APCASO plays a role in terms of the global fund engagements through the Asia Pacific Community Rights and Gender, or APCRG platform. And on this slide, you can see the different platforms or coalitions that APCASO convenes. So you have here the community engagement in pandemic preparedness and response, or the Copper Knowledge Hub. So you might have met me in one of the webinars under Copper. We also have the Regional Gender Justice and Sexual Rights, or the Regenerate platform. And for TB, we have the Activist Coalition on TB Asia Pacific. So March 2026, so this month, is actually the time where the different countries are already receiving their allocation letters for the GC8 from the Global Fund. And definitely, the tool that we will be developing presents an opportunity for us to really highlight on how we can integrate the priorities on HIV, TB, and malaria in terms of the One Health agenda, and also the pandemic preparedness and gender justice and sexual rights agenda. So when we talk about the One Health Intervention Networking Mapping Guide, so it's a data collection tool, and it aims to develop a better understanding of the different institutional players and interventions related to One Health in the Asia region. So these are the specific objectives of the tool. So we want to identify and map out the existing One Health or One Health related interventions, and also the different stakeholders at various levels who are already working on One Health and pandemic prevention activities. We also want to understand through the tool how the different stakeholders interact with each other. What are their relationships, and the different social networks in relation to One Health. And hopefully the data will inform the engagement priorities, as well as the different interventions related to Grand Cycle 8. So the tool will be accompanied by a mapping guide. So this will be the different segments of the mapping guide. So it will start with the purpose of the mapping guide. What are the data that it will capture? who should complete the mapping, what is the data collection approach, and what are the specific information that we will collect, and some tips in terms of completing the tool, and also some tips for the respondents. So in terms of the information, we hope that the tool or the data collected from the tool widens the evidence base as we actually continue our advocacy work. So it aims to identify priorities given the existing initiatives, and hopefully these can be used to inform the country level strategies and identify what networks we can mobilize so that we can continue the work. Of course, there will be limitations in terms of the tool. So, given that there are actually very limited information sometimes, so we might need to rely on secondary sources and rather than direct inputs from implementing agencies. So this might be applicable in some contexts where there's weak coordination between the civil society and government. The second is that it might not fully capture the breadth of ongoing initiatives, particularly when information is limited, inaccessible, or not publicly documented. So there might be some conversations or initiatives that are not scaled up to a point that it's publicly reported. But it's very important for us to capture that. But there might be some limitations in terms of us getting that information. And then since the analysis will be informed by civil society perspectives, so it might not be reflective of the views of all stakeholder groups, but definitely the views of the civil society are very important, and it would really guide how we actually implement. And then fourth is the tool is designed to map efforts at the organizational level. So even if we identify or ask them to identify key personalities, it might not be able to capture the full individual dynamics or power relations that can actually affect implementation. And given that One Health is very complex and there are a lot of moving parts, so it might not be able to capture real-time changes as these initiatives occur. So we might just need to be very explicit in terms of the time frame when the data will be collected. And of course, we recognize that the data needs to be continuously updated for it to become very relevant. So in terms of the data collection approach, the data will be administered using an online form or an assisted one-on-one interview. So we want to make sure that it's very easy to administer, especially if it's going to be used by civil society organizations. But we also provide a space for us to actually consolidate it at the regional level. So for the respondents, it will be a program level staff or anyone assigned by the organization who is working on One Health related initiatives. Definitely, we encourage responses from community-led organizations, but we also hope to gather inputs from or gather initiatives related that are coming from the government or also the different development partners that are working on One Health. So this will be the data collection approach. So as you can see, it really highlights the importance of an iterative form of data collection. So it starts with the preparation. So we have to first start with the formation of a data collection team. And then we hope that the data collection team can initially gather documents or plans or strategies that are available online. So it doesn't have to be a full desk review like a academic or research exercise, but we just want to identify what are the current initiatives or the different stakeholders just to guide us in the development of the initial list of stakeholders who we will invite for the interviews or the form, who will invite to answer the form. So after the preparation, we will proceed with the data collection. So we will identify the actors, we will map the One Health initiatives, and then classify the interventions. And then we will also ask them if there are other stakeholders that needs to be consulted with regard to the interventions. So as you can see, it also employs a snowballing technique in terms of identifying the stakeholders. And then after the data collection team will review the data that has been collected and will conduct data analysis. So they will be engaged in a reflection session on what do they think about the current initiatives that are being implemented, and who are the stakeholders that are currently engaged. And hopefully it can also be a springboard for discussions on the strategies for advocacy that can be done at the country level. And then after the data analysis, that would go back again to preparation, and until we already saturate the data, and then we will submit the form at the regional level for consolidation. So this is the mapping guide structure. So if we are going to ask, in terms of the tool, these are the data that will be collected. So we have here information about the respondent, the organizational profile, what are the different One Health or pandemic prevention activities, who are the stakeholders, and also other One Health actors. So on this slide, you can see some of the sections of the mapping tool. So first, it will collect data about the respondent, so the date, the country, where they're from, the name of the one who is accomplishing the tool, the organization, their role, and also their contact details. It will also collect organizational profile, so it will try to classify the respondent according to the organization type. Who are the populations that they will be that they are actually engaged, and what is the geographic coverage of their organization. And then we will also collect information about their sector focus. So it can be health, environment, animal health. So these are the domains under One Health, but we're also open to getting other organizations who are engaged in other sectors. That's why we will also place another option for those who are not directly engaged in health, human, environment, and animal health. And then for the specific mapping of the One Health or pandemic prevention activities, we will try to do it per project or per initiative. So it will list down the title of the project or the initiative, what is the general description, who is the target population of the project, and what is its geographic coverage. And we will also try to identify here who are their implementing partners. We will also ask what is the status of the project. So is it an ongoing project? Is it a planned project, or is it already a completed project? And then we will try to classify the interventions according to the following. So the One Health interface. So meaning, does the intervention address the human to animal interface, or does it address the human environment or the animal environment interface? And then we will try to also map out the areas of work. So where does it fall? Does it fall under the prevention, detection, response, and recovery and resilience? And then we will also try to identify what are the system enablers that they are actually trying to strengthen, because we're also trying to frame it from the perspective of resilient and sustainable systems for health. So we tried to just place here the policy and governance, financing, service delivery, workforce, research and information systems. But we also added here communications and gender justice, so that we can also put will highlight some of the interventions related to those that are outside of the usual 6 building blocks of health. And then for the stakeholder mapping, we will classify the different stakeholders according to the relationship type. So are they co-implementers, advocacy partners, or are they more of a funder or a network member? We will also try to assess the level of engagement using qualitative means. So we can just place here high, moderate, or low, and that would also feed into the frequency of engagement. And then we're also interested to know how power operates and what are their interests. So we can just put a Likert scale from 1 to 5. So 5 as the highest, 1 as the lowest, so that we can identify their interests. Are they supportive of One Health? And then what are their power? So in terms of resources and ability to mobilize groups. And then also the trust level, which is also very critical, especially if we're talking about advocacy work and also coalition building. And then we're also providing some space for them to list key individuals in the organization, and also other details that might be important for us to know. So this is just more of a qualitative data that they can actually add. So I think that's my last slide. So we're also interested to hear your thoughts. Again, this is a very rough draft, and we also would like to seek your guidance in terms of finalizing the tool. Over to you, Jeff.
Thank you so much, RJ. And looking forward to the form itself, no, once it's fully developed. Any questions from the floor and online, if you have any? Yes, Flavi, go ahead.
Thank you very much, RJ, for the presentation. Yes, I have several questions, comments, suggestions. So first, as it's really in collaboration with PREZODE, I think that we really need to look at the One Health mapping that is developed by PREZODE. So there is, so I can put you in touch with the one who conceives the database extraction that we have in the One Health platform in PREZODE website, because we worked a lot. I mean, we spent like 2 years developing the variables, and so it's a huge database that is in PREZODE. It's supposedly be used to collect One Health project, program, and so globally. And we have really thought a lot about all the variables that will be necessary to collect for One Health, meaning that it's characterization of the initiative, like you put, but not only. There is as well information about the objective and the outcomes that are seen for this initiative, and I think that would be very useful. So I will really, and it would be nice that there is kind of, maybe there is some of the variables that are really relevant from your side that are not for what PREZODE is doing, but really, honestly, with the amount of work that has been done, I will advise you to look at what has been done. And I will put you in contact with Bruno. And about this additional variable that we have, and I think for the tool will be very interesting. It's about the outcomes that are expected. So because I think to really be useful, this tool, we shouldn't stop at only describing what is done, but if you are really doing interview, I don't know at which further extent it's going to be applied with the rollout of the tool, but if it's the case, if there is opportunity to really do what we do in stakeholder mapping analysis, it's to have two things that from my point of view is missing. So one thing, it's about the environment where the intervention are happening. So if, for example, you want to roll out this tool in one specific country for one specific type of intervention or specific CSO, and so you need to have an idea. It can be superficial, but you need to have an idea of the environment supporting your intervention. So if it's intervention in health or TB and so, basically what are, I don't know, rules or policy that are supporting, because in fact, you need, every time you describe an intervention somewhere and the One Health intervention is the same than not, you need to have an understanding of because for me the objective will be not only to describe but to have an idea of what are the intervention where there is some, well, there is outcome in One Health. What would be the outcome? Is there barriers to do this One Health intervention, or is it do you have some facilitating environment strategies that make your intervention really One Health and working? Because I think it's a shame to only describe it and not taking the opportunity to assess a little bit what type of outcome is providing, and if there is outcome, how you will assess this outcome. Are they really One Health or not? Because that's its question as well. Because as I was mentioning, not everything can be One Health or everything can be One Health. There is a lot of greenwashing or One Health washing that are happening at the moment, because everybody wants to, when I started in development work, fight against poverty was a word that you had to put in every application where you wanted money. So now it's kind of One Health. So yes, I think there is, but we can discuss later on. But yes, at least the outcome. So the environment where you want to describe your intervention, and then having some variables that will give you a sense of not only the objective, but did they came with some outcome? How One Health has their outcome, and is there any actors, because you are talking about actors that are facilitating this outcome, or that are kind of barriers because of different and this is really what we do in stakeholder mapping analysis. So I think there is some variables that are missing in your form that could be added. Yes, that's my.
Thank you so much, Flavi. I see the value of at least some of the variables that are already in place. No, it's just a matter of expanding it. For example, the system enablers, that's already it's already there, and at least the tool will be able to identify those systemic enablers. We now then need to ask the qualitative questions, like the hindering and then the facilitating factors as well, to be able to at least expand on the interventions and how they work beyond the implementation itself, looking at the environment of where the intervention or the activity is being implemented.
Yes. After, when we do stakeholder mapping analysis, the idea it's sometimes it's to directly ask the question, but sometimes it's as well indirectly asking the question about the position of the people toward an intervention. Are they passive or are they active? Are they involved or not involved? And that will give you a sense when you will do after analysis who is pushing. Who are really an asset in your intervention, or who is in fact just an observer, like an observer, or even someone who acts as a barrier. So it's not only asking questions, but it's evaluating the position of the stakeholders towards the intervention, in fact.
Also, just to add information, RJ, Shri was also here. Shri is from the Malaria CSO consortium. They are also doing developing an internal mapping tool on One Health, but they're focusing more on the interventions that their members are already doing. What he told me when I met with him last week is that they're only conducting this among their partners. I can link you, RJ, with Shri, because I already told him that it would be nice to share at least some of the variables, but also the form that they are already using. This means that we're not really starting from scratch. We have the one from PREZODE, we have the one from the Malaria CSO Consortium. Just a matter of looking at what are the other areas, what are the other gaps, and like what Flavi said, what are the other variables that need to be in place so that we can capture what we need. No, at least the outcome for this specific tool is to support the GC8, the Global Fund GC8 process, no, and identify those interventions. So that's one of the main outcomes, but we can explore more as we look at the other two tools. Yep. RJ, would you like to respond, and then Mara? Maybe Mara first, and then RJ. Yeah.
Thank you, RJ. Quickly lang, in terms of the tool, I saw, I don't know which part it is anymore. It says pandemic. Pandemics.
RJ would, yeah, there you are. Yeah.
Back, I think. towards the beginning. This one, the mapping guides approach and structure. Just there, the slide before, just before 2 slides ago. This one,
Sorry,
that one.
this one? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. No, just the terms that we use, because when we say One Health / pandemic prevention activities, one, in the context, for instance, of some of the countries, especially in the Philippines, when you talk about pandemic prevention, when you say the word pandemic, people automatically go to COVID. And that's not the only thing we're referring to. When you talk to One Health, not a lot of community organizations and CSOs would know what we're talking about. I would just suggest if we also use the term health emergencies to include other One Health related health events that impact on health. So we can also include climate related and zoonotic diseases.
Thank you, Mara. RJ, is it okay if I take one question or comment first and then back to you? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, Juan, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and thank you, Ajay, for the for working on this. And I could see a lot of work has been putting in this work. I really appreciate it. I think it's really good to have this instruction guidance note for the community. But I also agree with Flavia that since the PREZODE have that tool that is really very good tool. So I would encourage you to look at the tool and see what we can learn from that, because they are professional in One Health, and I think this show the partnership and the integration. But on the other hand, I also wondering how it can bridge One Health to the HIV, TB, malaria actors, including the community network and system. Because I think, to be practical, I don't think it is feasible in most countries to start like a brand new One Health project by the HIV, TB, malaria actor, but it's more like opportunity for integration, for expansion of the scope of work of the existing player, civil society and government and community. So I don't know if you have already thought about that. Maybe you did, but it just otherwise, I would strongly recommend that. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. RJ, over to you.
Yeah. Well, first of all, definitely, we will look into the previous work that has been done by PREZODE, and we're also looking forward to being connected to Shri, so just so we can align with what kind of variables that they're actually already collecting. And yeah, it's very important. It's very important to also understand what are the enabling and constraining factors in terms of the interventions. I think that would really be useful for us to develop the advocacy strategies moving forward. But I'm also curious if there are already set criteria in terms of how you would say that this is a One Health intervention and this is not a One Health intervention. So maybe it's something that needs consensus from the level of APCASO or the level of the platform that we're engaging with currently. Yeah, so I'm also I'm interested to learn more about that. In terms of the use of health emergencies, yes, we can probably consider that. I'll just probably go back to the definition of the health emergency, just so we make sure that we're also covered in terms of the technicalities of its definition. And in terms of the engagement with HIV, TB, malaria, I haven't really specifically thought about that, but I think one of the things that the guide would require is an orientation of what One Health is, because there might be some interventions already being done by organizations related to TB, HIV, malaria that are already contributing to One Health, but they're not very conscious that it's actually a One Health intervention. So maybe it has to be integrated. Yeah. Juan?
RJ, Juan.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, because I am certain 100% that the Global Fund is not going to fund One Health standalone project. David and Anna already mentioned that, and it's clear the mandate of the Global Fund is HIV, TB, malaria. So One Health had to be an integrated part of whatever is done on HIV, TB, malaria. And in the context of the shrinking funding envelope, and particularly in this region, the only practical way that One Health can happen is by the existing implementer of the HIV, TB, malaria. So integration is the only way. There's no other way if we want to make use of the Global Fund funding for this GC8. So I would really strongly encourage that you look at that to see how the HIV, TB, malaria community can practically, realistically, feasibly embrace the One Health. Thank you.
Flavie.
Thank you very much, Juan. I completely agree with you, and the more and more what I've listened to beginning of this session make me think the same, and discussion with Benjamin as well earlier. But my question will be: do you have it's for you, but it's for everyone in the room, online as well. Because I think we started with the idea that in this specific field, on TB, malaria, AIDS work, there is activities or intervention or whatever you call them that are, even if they are not called One Health, are in fact implementing One Health approach, which One Health approach is not necessarily the three sector together at all level. I mean, it's not something like this, huh? But at least that there is collaboration between sectors or between level or integration and so because this tool, we discuss about it because we had the sense that in fact in this specific sector there is already practice, a way of people that are doing, which is One Health without saying that's One Health, and this can inform good practice or showing that in fact there is already things that could be supported by other type of funding, or it's a point is that looking at what is done, how it is done, and it's why I came up with this idea of outcomes and so and enabling factors, and then showing that there is already things that make an added value in this intervention because it's One Health. Or because it's integrative, or because it's considering different sector, and in the practice, it's One Health. And that is the idea behind. And I really, yes, and what you say, so encouraging that we really look first at this really specific intervention, I think.
One, is that a new hand?
Yes, it's a new hand.
Go ahead.
Just to continue the conversation with after Flavie's point, because we see that like in the Kim presentation that we already see a number of ways that we can capitalize on the Global Fund investment to work on One Health. So, for example, for TB. For so long, we focus on the patient and the treatment to get people to accept to treatment, to diagnosis, detection, and so on. But oftentimes we forget about the environment issue. So at least in our program at the CDI, we never thought about to see in which environment the patient is living or their contact is living. We didn't link with AMR. And for TB now, drug resistance is a huge issue. But when we of course, we work on drug-resistant TB, but we didn't put it in a One Health perspective. When we first approached TB. So that is an example of how we can expand the scope of what we are doing at the moment to include One Health. Malaria is a perfect example of environment, mosquito, and people. And then, so this is an expansion of the scope to embrace the One Health, to use One Health approach in our existing work on HIV, TB, malaria. We can expand the other dimension is with the existing community system that been invested and strengthened by the Global Fund to go beyond HIV, TB, malaria. So now we are in the malaria area. Now we are working on dengue. It's mosquito, it's environment, it's person. It's the community system have been working with us to stop malaria in that particular region. And then we expanded to work on rabies, so dog and cat, animal, environment, and people. So I think there are ways that we can capitalize on the environment, on the existing investment, and let alone, and then we have other things on the disease that can transmit through the meat, through the animal, water, soil, etc. So I think there are a lot of scope that we can work on. Mara already mentioned some example with those CPAP, etc. So just we can there's a lot there to work on, to build upon. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Juan. And to go on with that, and maybe for RG, I will advise that this tool is not, it's a tool for One Health, but I will not call it, because the idea here, it's not to have a because you were saying that it's going to be difficult to say what is One Health, what is not One Health. But in fact, this is not the point. Maybe after, but at the beginning, it's more to look at the intervention with the One Health lens, not to decide it's One Health or not One Health, but to look at it with a One Health lens. Looking at the intervention, as we said, and looking at the way it's done, and if, for example, for malaria intervention, they are including environment, vector, they are looking at, I don't know, some climate, in the way they are including the community, or if there is some part of the intervention that, in fact, is not only looking at public health, but are integrating other parts. This, and we will decide after, we will see after if we call it One Health or not, but my advice will be maybe not saying that to people that it's a One Health tool, but more looking at the intervention with the One Health lens and describing and seeing after, okay, in fact, yes, when they tackle malaria at community level, they don't stay only at the human disease element. They look and they include other aspects, the environment, the vector, the whatsoever, for rabies, for the animal surrounding and so and so. So maybe it's something that you see what I mean?
Thank you for that, Flavi. And yeah, One Health is an approach. It is a lens. No, it is not about identifying what activities are One Health and what activities are not One Health. And I think with that, let me end with this question, unless RJ would want to say something.
Well, I just like to thank Flavi and everyone in the room in terms of guiding us in terms of as we finalize the tool. And I think the tool can actually also serve as a way to sensitize people in terms of how we can view One Health and also infuse the One Health approach as a lens on how they view their work as civil society stakeholders. So I think that's a very important consideration. So yeah, thank you for the guidance.
Thank you so much, RJ. Let me close this session with this particular situation, no? There's currently an emerging fungal infection that is sexually transmitted. It's a completely new one. It's called TM7. It's zoonotic in nature because it can be transmitted between humans and from humans to animals, which means humans who are fur parents or who have dogs and cats can be transmitted with this new fungal infection. The treatment for this is purely oral. No topical antifungal medication can actually treat this, and you have to take this at least 3 months. That is long, and the treatment is available, but it can actually become resistant if it's not used properly. Now the question is, with this tool, will this be eligible to be considered as a One Health related intervention or not? Let me close this session with that question. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, RJ. Let's continue the discussion offline as well as we finalize the tool. We will now break. Maybe let's do a 10-minute break maybe before the summary workshop, and then we close. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you again, RJ. Everyone online, we will have a quick 10-minute break, and please stay tuned to the next session, which will require your inputs. Thank you. Okay, hello again, everyone. Welcome back to our final session of the day. And for this, we will need to request if you can connect through our Mentimeter. Oops. And now I'm offline. Sorry about that. I hope some of you are still on Mentimeter. Let me try to connect again. Hold on a bit. Oh, happening. Yeah. Share. No. Using yung Powin. I think what's wrong. Yeah, happened. Hold on. Ah. Okay. Still not showing. For those online, can you see my screen? Oh, no, still no. Still connecting. Sorry. This is funny because of all the sessions, the last session really is the one that won't be able to connect. My gosh. Okay, almost there. Let's see. Almost there. There you are. Let's see. Perfect. There you are. Okay. Okay, now that I'm connected online, so I know some of you are still on Mentimeter. We'll use Mentimeter mainly for this particular workshop. So I understand that it's less than what we, in terms of participants, less than what we started, but let's make use of the people who are both in person and also online to participate in this workshop. But we'll use this opportunity now to summarize everything, no, rather than using this part of the event today, of the meeting today, to gather more responses. This is in a way for us to just summarize everything that we've learned since the morning, everything that we've discussed, and also in a way for us to participate in answering some of the questions that we've been discussing since this morning. So if you're connected online, that's good. If not, you can also connect through the QR code and also through Mentimeter by using menti.com and use the code 89944558. We'll be answering more or less the same questions that we've answered from the beginning, no? But this is an opportunity for us to put it in writing and also for the online participants to also contribute. Yeah. The questions will be related to, again, what are the civil society-led and community-led One Health or related interventions that you are implementing? And there will be questions also in relation to the Global Fund and the engagement of communities and civil society in relation to the Global Fund. With that, our first question: what are the various One Health or related interventions that you are currently implementing? So if you are from civil society organizations or community organizations, I know that the three speakers are here from earlier. Feel free to mention or indicate your programs or interventions or activities. Mention specifically the name of the project if it's a project related one, or mention the activity that you're currently doing. We will use all the inputs that you have as part of the mapping tool already, no? So please do so. I don't see anyone connecting yet. Let's see. I hope it's not the internet. Were you able to connect? Huh. Oh. No, I was wondering if you were able to connect. There. Okay. There you go. Yep. No, yes. Okay, let's wait as the responses come in. So knowledge sharing and capacity building on One Health with partners, community-based dengue fever. I wonder who mentioned the community-based dengue fever. If you can tell more about this intervention.
It's me.
Yes, Juan, go ahead.
Yeah. So we I think I mentioned earlier that the community outreach worker who work with us on malaria requested us to work on dengue fever in their province. So we started to look at it and discuss with the community, and we have developed a survey on dengue fever, community based survey on dengue that include the seroprevalence, so taking blood of the people to see what is the percentage of the people who have already had dengue fever in different location in a province, from the center of the province, the urban, to the more remote area. Because according to our community people, the dengue fever has become a very serious issue even in the remote area, which is new, because dengue usually concentrated in the urban. So we also together with the zero prevalence survey, we also do a KAP, knowledge, attitudes, and practice on dengue. For people to what is the practice in terms of prevention of mosquito bite, or their knowledge about the breeding signs, etc., and have a discussion with the community, with the people who have dengue, who didn't have dengue, with the community health worker, with the local authority, about the response to dengue and knowledge. And we are also our next step is to involve a master student to do a more investigation, more in-depth investigation on environment relating to dengue in that particular particular district, no, province. And then our next step is to discuss with the community based on the data and information we have about how can we implement the community-based, community-led dengue program that address 3 dimensions of it: the people, the environment, and the mosquito. So just so it was built on our malaria program, but also the people who are now working on malaria, who worked with us on malaria before, is now also working on TB. Now working on TB, and now they are working on dengue as well. So in that particular area, and in other as well, we are the community is requesting us, and we are discussing about developing a checklist. First, the training for the community, but then developing a checklist, so each community outreach worker can address different aspect, different health issues that relating from the One Health perspective. Like for TB, it's about the environment as well. So in the environment where they live, when they go to visit the house of the client, it's about the environment relating to TB, but also relating to mosquito. Do they have a breeding site for the mosquito around their house, inside their house, the flower pot, the water container, etc. And their knowledge about this thing. Did they vaccinate their cat and dog? Because in one province in Vietnam now, there's also an emerging kind of outbreak of rabies in different places. Yeah, so this kind of thing, and we the more we look at it, the more we see the relevance of using the One Health approach to our population. So things like if people know about the rational use of antibiotic, etc. So yeah, just I stop
Thank you so much, Joanne. Thank you. There was also one who mentioned the monitoring of government readiness to address various zoonotic diseases, climate-related events that adversely impact people affected by TB, HIV. Under copper, of course, it was mentioned earlier, the work with the tuk-tuk drivers, tricycle drivers in health emergencies at the community level and advocating for community engagement. The ASICA project, where dengue fever research, One Health literacy for community and staff, and mainstreaming One Health in projects and programs, and then integrating health emergency response in CLM for TB and HIV. Okay. Thank you for those inputs. Next question. Okay. Where are these civil society and community-led One Health interventions being implemented? So this is where you will at least pin the locations of these interventions. So let's see, especially those who are online, if you can participate and pin also where your interventions are being implemented or have been implemented, then please, country, yes. Is it too small? Actually, I don't know how it works. But you have to pin it, no? The specific. Okay. So maybe a rough. Ah. Let's see.
It's too small.
Is it too small? Or maybe you can just mention as a comment in the chat box. I noted earlier in the beginning we have where is it? So mostly from Southeast Asia. So we have Philippines, Vietnam. Earlier I noted Thailand and Indonesia. Lao, PDR, yeah. Okay. Next question. Okay, who are the different stakeholders that you are partnering or engaging with in implementing these initiatives? So this goes beyond civil society and community partners. No? I mean, of course, you can mention civil society partners. It would be useful if you can also mention specific sectors of civil society. If it's TB, HIV, malaria, whether it's education, WASH, climate change or climate justice. Let's see. No responses so far? Or that's fine. Okay. Oh, a reminder also, you don't need to I mean you can join Menti of course, but there's also a mic or you can also speak through the mic. So if you're feeling the need to speak, you can also do as well. Let's see. From the discussions today, some of the stakeholders that we've identified is, of course, the Ministry of Health. We didn't mention One Health coordination teams during the entire day, Flavino, but there are already One Health coordination teams that are set up in place at the country level in some countries, no? With the with WHO and no, with FAO and WUHA. Yeah. The coordination teams with the One Health focal points from the Ministry of Health, and then facilitating the tripartite at the country level. Not all countries have those, but we haven't discussed that since this, or at least that didn't surface, no? At the country level. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I know. I know Philippines has a One Health focal point, but not a team. Can use the map. Sorry.
I think for Philippines, it's not functioning anymore because it was under USAID funding, because I was part of it and I joined, and I think for the moment there is nothing. In Cambodia, yes, because they had other funding, they received the pandemic. I mean, it's supported by the pandemic funding and so. In Laos, I think there is something not so much functioning at the moment. In Thailand, it's a totally other mechanisms because it's One Health. I mean, you have One Health at ministry level. In Cambodia, you have both.
Yes.
You have the CMM, I mean, and you have this platform about international organization.
The counterparts. Counterparts, yeah, that's right. Online, we see academia, local health authorities, One Health Partnership Platform. The One Health Partnership Platform is a multi-sectoral platform, is it? Or is this coming from just one sector? I wonder. The partnership. It's a multi-sectoral platform. Yeah, okay. Interministerial. Local government, health departments, HIV and TB communities, Global Fund, principal recipients, Department of Health, disaster management sector, academe, mental health experts, and then CIRAD. Okay. Next question. Okay. Who else should we be partnering with in the implementation of our One Health initiatives? After listening from today's inputs and from the discussion, are we missing anyone? We are missing quite a lot. You know? So who are these stakeholders? Who is currently not in the room when we talk about One Health? Can you say something about that, Mara? They're probably in the room, but in other contexts.
No,
What does that mean?
No, I just meant because the first ones that I wrote was the environmental, the environment sector and the agriculture sector. I just meant that they may be involved in other countries in the region, but in the Philippines, there hasn't been an intersection. For instance, when say the city government of Quezon City, which is among the most active and proactive in relation to HIV, TB, and other health programs, for instance, they had a conference in December on these intersections of climate, One Health, disasters, pandemics, and we were invited specifically to look at community engagement, to talk about how these intersections require community engagement. And the sector that was not in that room, and there were people from experts on One Health, they were from the academe. The experts from disaster are from the government. The experts, and of course the community experts were there, and then there were not, and the health sector were not just health sector management level, like not just the local government and national government health department, but the actual hospitals. And different sectors within the hospitals, the pediatrics, mental health was represented, but there was no one from environment, the government and environmental sector. There were those, but only those who come from academe. And agriculture was not there. There was nutrition sector, but it would have been more comprehensive if you looked at nutrition also in relation to what we produce as a country in agriculture, things like that. So they were not in that room. That's what I meant.
So I'm just reflecting now in terms of the universal health coverage. No, if the approach is more developmental, how do we then make sure that in this particular, I don't know, plane, or how, I'm not sure how do you approach it, but you also try to cover the environmental aspect of it. Environment, not the physical environment, but the landscape of where a particular developmental stage is taking place, no? Because nutrition, for example, it cuts across through, but there are specific moments in a developmental stage when you need more interaction with the nutrition. For example, if you have tuberculosis, or if you are exposed to an infection or a disease that would require you to have increased amounts of nutrition. If you're in the older part of the developmental stage, you would need more attention when it comes to nutrition, no? So how do you approach that from a One Health perspective? If you're more exposed to, say, vectors or sanitation, then but you cannot really determine that from the developmental perspective. So how do you then make sure that at least from a landscape approach, you will be able to cover those stakeholders?
I think another important sector that do not really get involved but are quite critical is the financing sector. Whether it's government financing or the private sector, it doesn't seem like they're in the room to engage at the moment that these concepts, as well as the plans to actually operationalize these approaches, are conceived. And that's why later on it becomes a problem in terms of, so how then does this initiatives get financed? Unless it's something that's been initiated by a donor, then you're going to talk about financing. But when we talk about intergovernmental approaches, multi-stakeholder approaches, we seem to keep leaving the financing sector behind when these things don't really move without money.
Yeah. You mentioned private sector. So Flavi, how is the private sector involved in like the One Health coordination mechanism, for example?
It's complete. I mean, it depending on, so for the One Health platform in Vietnam, for example, it's involved only, so the way the One Health platform is working, so you have this early meeting where you have the minister and international organization. You might have private sectors a little bit, but then you have technical working group with specific topics. And depending on the specific topics and depending on what's the subject of the technical working group, the private sector is invited or not, and then is coming or not, because it's not because they are invited that they are coming. But it's the same from the CSO. Sometimes there is sometimes no invitation, and sometimes people are invited, but they don't come because they don't feel that they have a place in the, at the table to speak. So, and it's what we try to avoid with this research to policy that we are coordinating. So we are really trying to push to be sure that there is a space at the table for CSO and the private sector. So it's really, yes, it's there, but it's not so effective. And it's really depending on the topic.
And they also have relative responsibility as well
Yes.
with regards to One Health. I also focused on One Health because in the context of the Global Fund, they are looking at the private sector as well in terms of supporting and funding some of the strategic initiatives, including climate and health, for instance. So that is something that we also need to look at. How do we engage with private sector, especially those who are directly at stake when it comes to One Health related issues, especially those who at least more directly either impacted or more directly involved, no, or even contributing to some of the
Honestly, from your sector, I don't know from if I come from veterinary sector and animal sectors, we always try to get private laboratories or people that are developing like alternatives for antibiotics usage. So you have a lot of private companies that are developing like products for cooperative, and it can be as well private sector in the sense of cooperative association that can be very strong in agriculture sector because sometimes they are the one bringing forward some change and so. And we were talking about missing. It's just making me thinking of all what's about communications and Facebook and so social media journalists. That I mean, for example, in One Health, we had this project ended last year about training journalists on One Health, and that was very successful, very useful. And I think they are very important, in fact, because it's important is that they are the one who can pick up a concrete story, a real life story, and bring that under the light and sensitive, and to make aware the global population about issue like antibiotic usage or like TB and so. And it's again, it's a different perspective, but involving journalists, training them on sensitivity issue on One Health and so to be able to speak about One Health. When they are talking about personal history after in media, I think it's important. And social media for me are something different as well, because we have seen, I don't know in your sector, but in our sector, that social media are becoming stronger and stronger by providing recommendation. It's in fact most of the time it's the first source of information or recommendation that people are looking at if they need help. And I think it's something as well that need to be included.
Thank you so much, Flavie. Next question. In what ways are these One Health interventions that you've identified linked to the national One Health response, if any? Do they contribute to the national One Health strategy, One Health response? If there. The question is there a national One Health strategy or One Health response? Is there? Are we aware of any One Health strategy or response? No? Maybe a few countries would have. Flavie, are you familiar of any national One Health strategy or One Health response? National level strategy.
in many countries, you have what's called One Health National Action Plan. In fact, so in Vietnam, they have the One Health National Action Plan, which is a roadmap. So I think in different countries, you have different guideline or strategy. International organizations are developing that at country level. You know, they were bridging. There were some workshop or forum or trying to bridge a gap between WHO, FAO. This bridging workshop to construct the One Health roadmap for each country, to be able to design the activity at national level that need to be, and most of the country did it, not all, but you need to look, I mean, at international organizations, they all have their tool to do that. FAO have developed a new tool, which is a HOAT tool, which is about assessing One Health, and again, they want to involve every sector, everyone. So there is a lot of strategy, tool, plan, guidelines, whatever for One Health.
But it is being translated at the country level. I think that's the next
a lot.
question.
I mean, a lot have been. I think in Philippines they did this bridging. I'm sure that they did this bridging workshop between WHO, HOA, and FAO, trying to design this One Health roadmap. Most of the time, it's tools that are designed at international level, but then are applied at national level. But then you have so many tools, so many initiatives. And after I've been part of several of this workshop, you always have the same turnout of actors or stakeholders coming. Majority of, depending on the country, majority of public health or majority of veterinarian. Very few people from ecosystem or wildlife. No civil society organization, one or two private. Yes.
Yeah. And that's something that we need to improve in terms of, you know, our current awareness to One Health. Who are the different stakeholders, and what are the policies or strategies that are already existing at the country level, so that we are more familiar on how to approach One Health in terms of the interventions, in terms of linking to our existing health-related interventions, no? Because the next question is, in what ways are they related to national HIV, TB, or malaria response? We've heard throughout the entire day that, at least from the side of malaria and also tuberculosis, no, the prevention aspect of it is related. In the Philippines in particular, the approach towards One Health, looking at it from the broader health emergencies response, health emergencies perspective, really relates back to how the integration of the health responses is taking place in the country, no? Same goes with, we also found out in the discussion in the previous session that some of the interventions may not be technically called One Health, but they are related to One Health, no? It's just a matter of making sure that how we identify these interventions, so that when we move to the Global Fund engagement, for example, we include it in the prioritization, because sometimes, most of the time, especially in the context of the Global Fund, they need to at least categorize this different intervention before they identify, you know, which particular module would it fall into. But for, as far as the realities of the communities and the people on the ground experience, it's very compounded, no? And also intersectional in that sense. So how do we make sure that these are reflective as we begin to prioritize the different interventions? Yeah. Moving into the Global Fund questions. Okay. So speaking of the Global Fund, this next set of questions are more of a scale questions. Assessing the people who are still in the room and also online, how are you equipped? How are you accessing, and the level of technical assistance that you need in relation to the Global Fund? So the first question, you rate yourself. if you strongly agree or disagree to this statement, we are equipped with sufficient knowledge and skills to participate in the GC8. We have access to the country coordinating mechanism. Do you agree or disagree? And we need technical assistance. I just find it funny that the technical assistants just completely strongly agree at this point. Let's wait for the others, no? So far we have a score of 2 in terms of the sufficiency of knowledge and skills to participate in the GC8. We have also 2 in terms of accessing CCM and other relevant stakeholders, especially in the context of One Health. And in terms of technical assistance, although I think we need to contextualize the third statement because the needs part is different from the availability, no? We need it, but there's probably no available technical assistance support anymore. It's unfortunate that Benjamin or Expertise France even is not here for us to give, to be given information on whether the technical assistance from the initiative is still available. But so far, based on the responses, most people scored 4 that we are equipped. We don't have as much access. And the highest, of course, is that we need technical assistance to integrate One Health interventions into our GC8 grant. Yeah. Okay, this is the last question for our workshop. How do we support the strengthening of the integration and inclusion of One Health interventions in the GC8 funding request process? I think this particular question will at least contribute as we develop the One Health information note and the how-to guide. How do we support the strengthening? And also taking into consideration what was said in the earlier discussions, that we need to be careful and cautious when we talk about integration. Yeah. So what kind of support is needed, or what kind of support can we provide in strengthening One Health interventions in the GC8 process? Difficult question. Yes, Flavie.
For me, it's very difficult because, and especially, I'm not very familiar with GC8 mechanisms and so. And from what I heard at the beginning of the day, it's true. So the GC8, it's a mechanisms to fund the public health sector. It was really clear of what was mentioned. And whatever we can bring need to be to take that in consideration. And Oan was strengthening that as well, that as there is limited resource, it need to be supporting, really what is for the GC8, and then adding a layer or taking the opportunities that maybe already One Health action intervention are happening to strengthen that. So I don't know what we outside what we are doing now today and what we did. For the last with Marisa, and so I think we tried very hard to really try to connect even before the cut of budget. Even before the cut of the budget, it was complicated for us to try to connect and to see. So now, I don't know.
I think, Jeff, it's also worthwhile asking the Global Fund now, because they've mentioned that it's a priority. There's a module. There's likely not going to be much in terms of amount monetary investment, given how the slashes in the funding has been and how much other interventions need the money. But it's worthwhile to ask the Global Fund for them to actually provide guidance as the Global Fund on how to integrate One Health in Global Fund responses as an approach. as an approach, not necessarily as a new program or an additional program. The way that when they give guidance to all countries, they give guidance of your interventions need to be gender progressive, gender transformative, etc., because there's interventions that need money, but there's interventions that it's a way of how you apply or how you perform your interventions, no? Because we keep saying it's an approach, it's a lens, but how do you actually do that in the work that you're already doing with the money that you already have for those? Like they have guidance, like for you to pass like some review, you have to demonstrate that you're consulting with your community. You have to demonstrate that you have. You disagree, Mara?
No. I mean, I agree that there needs to be guidance, but we also know in previous experiences when we assessed, when we did an assessment of the integration of gender and human rights in TB, and I interviewed the principal recipient for TB, and they said that, well, yeah, the Global Fund requires human rights perspective in the funding request, but we don't really understand how that applies to TB. But we have to make sure that the term human rights appears in the language.
So in the
and so that's just how they apply the guidance that's provided by Global Fund. And the fact that the actual activities that are funded for TB in the time frame that we assessed it for gender and human rights perspective still got funded, even though it really did not apply human rights principles the way we know it. They still force people to go to the TB dots every day, and nurses are still not sensitized to the conditions and situations, context faced by communities, why they default treatment. So obviously, the human rights is not there, but the guidance provided by Global Fund is not adequate to ensure that we are able to actually integrate these principles in the work. We just need to put them on paper so it passes the review. That's just my concern, yeah.
It goes back to what Flavie was saying earlier, no? It somehow some of the interventions are being One Health washed in a way, and because One Health is a particular priority of the government of France in particular with this One Health summit, it seems like they are taking whoever they are or whoever they may be, taking opportunity of One Health. But this is an opportunity for us. Yeah, exactly, because it is in the strategy. But the scary part there, and also an opportunity for us, is we need to make them accountable. That One Health as an approach is not just something that you put on paper. It has taken a lot, like what you said earlier, Flavie, that there's already an amount of work that has already been built around One Health as a mechanism, as an approach, even as a framework at the country level. But for it to be just used as a writing on paper, that doesn't really translate to a change in terms of the approach of interventions, in terms of how we do the work or how the government does its work at the country level. It's going to be scary in the sense that we're only talking about One Health, but it doesn't really mean anything when you go to the community level, no? So we need to make the global, at least another call to action from this event is to really make the Global Fund accountable in the sense that if they are really serious in indicating One Health as a priority, as part of their strategy, as we saw it, then they should come up with an information, a guidance on how that will be implemented for GCA. No? Yeah. So just putting that on the record.
I think,
yes,
I don't know if it's possible, but what is necessary, if they want to put that, it's to show that there will be added value. I mean, because if I understand your story, that it was on paper, but in fact it was not done, and maybe because they were, for them, I mean, I don't know, I don't understand why you put something on paper, but and you don't apply it, but to get the money. Okay, but because after there is all this story and what we try as well in PREZODE with FAO, and so to have this notion of added value, it needs to be an added value at community level, but as well at decision makers level. I mean, if they engage, it's because they see that it's an economy in sense. It can be a financial economy, but it can be as well another type of benefit for them, you know, added value. So, but I don't know how to put that in GCA agenda or whatsoever. But for us, it's the way we see it, that the idea of putting money in One Health or putting money in prevention, it's because it's an added value, and it's reducing the cost. In fact, it's cost effective.
Let me put this up on the screen as I call Owan so that we can all reflect. I forgot to show this earlier because David was already talking about the Global Fund strategy for GC8, no? But this is the particular section of the Global Fund strategy up until 2030, wherein part of the objective is on PPR. And if you will see the sub-objective there on addressing threat of drug and insecticide, you know, encouraging climate, environmentally sensitive, and One Health. No, so it is in the strategy. It's not just no. So Owan, over to you. As we close this section,
I I think it what clear to me through the workshop today is that we should really use One Health as a strategy and not as the content for one intervention or one program within the Global Fund. So I think it's that is number one. Number two is that we should I think I mean, at least for us at SCDI, we consider GCA as an opportunity for us to build, to strengthen our One Health capacity. We cannot wait. We cannot count on the Global Fund to say, here's the dollar for One Health. It's not going to happen. I think we all of us who know the Global Fund enough would know that the Global Fund can put in their language a lot of things so they can tick the box. But the fact that they don't have the guidance note for One Health already speak about how serious they are about One Health. I think the One Health is there because there's a different reason. Before the GC8 or before 2025, there was a different ambition about the Global Fund. But after January 2025, is the vision about the Global Fund is already very, very, very different. And now you can see that we see the end of the Global Fund in some country already. So I think we should not wait for the dollar from the Global Fund to do One Health or guidance from the Global Fund, or concrete guidance from the Global Fund, but instead take this GCA as an opportunity to strengthen our capacity in One Health. If we believe in One Health and if we want to continue to work on One Health beyond the Global Fund. So that's how I take it from here. We of course we can always hold the Global Fund accountable, and we should always mobilize more resources from the Global Fund. We should try to find the way that we can use whatever available resources to strengthen, to further our work on One Health. But realistically, we should only you should see it as something we do for ourselves, for our own community, for our own organization, other than doing that because of the Global Fund saying they are interested in One Health. If at the One Health Summit next week, President Macron announced another €1 billion from from France, with the condition that the Global Fund will work more on One Health, then we will see more One Health, more serious consideration for One Health in the Global Fund. But I don't think that's going to happen. At least not a billion euro statement. So I think it's just to be realistic about what we can do. But what I feel very pleased to see Flavia is engaged in this, the PREZODE, PREACT, engaged in this. I think we have a very, as somebody who started working on One Health, been in the Global Fund and community for a long time, I see a great value in the community system that we have built with the Global Fund, and the knowledge and the skill and the reputation on community system strengthening that we have gained through working with the Global Fund. I see that is absolutely extremely valuable to work on One Health. So I'm so glad to see Adi and Flavi in the same meeting and co-organize this event together. And I think we can further work using One Health approach in our work, but also having some concrete One Health intervention within, but also beyond the Global Fund program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oman. And I think with that, I close the workshop and we move to our closing. So Flavi, please do the honors to close our meeting today.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the survivor online. It was a long day, but very interesting, very fruitful. I'm very glad that we did that. Honestly, I think it's just it's a closing speech, but it's a door open to many more collaboration. And yes, I totally agree with Oan what she was saying, and it's what I wanted to say. In fact, that for us, the value of working with you here in Southeast Asia, but the other organization in Africa, and so through a different network, is really like, yes, why we didn't knew you before? I mean, it's really like, it's really this question that, but now we know you. We know your work, we know what you are doing, and I see that there is still room for opportunities. So the GC8 is something, but I can tell you that from our side, from PREZODE, we keep every time we identify some call or opportunity where there is interest for us to see, and most of the time it's the case to engage with CSO organization network or individual organization at country level, depending on the format of the funding. We do that, and it's really something that we need to keep in mind. And it should be, I think, the same from your side. Yes, Jeff can say that yes, there have been some funding opportunity where, in fact, I'm thinking of you, and then contact you and say, okay, so let's work. And so it's a way forward. And I think from today, we know each other better. So it making it even more easy to build new proposal together, to seek for funding, to approach as well, to have a stronger case for the benefits and the usefulness of working together. So yes, I think it's just the beginning. So thank you very much for today. Let's go on with that, with the strategy for GC8. We never know. But yes, let's go on and enjoy the remaining of the day in Bangkok. And see you soon wherever it's going to be in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Flavi. Those who are joining online, thank you so much. Let me just project the QR code for the evaluation for today's meeting. So please don't forget before you exit, both online and in person, please scan the QR code so that we can gather your feedback on today's sessions, including the ones who participated us all the way from their respective home countries. For those online, please do answer our our meeting evaluation as well. For those who would like to join other One Health festival activities, you can just visit their website on One Health Summit. There are other activities and events that are taking place all across Southeast Asia, all across Asia Pacific, and also you can join online as well. We have received some invites also to some of the sessions, so please do join if you have the time. Again, this is part of the Government of France's One Health Summit in celebration of the World Health Day on April 7. And today's the last day of March. So congratulations for surviving the first 3 months of the year. And happy April 1 tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Right.